At the Okoli Law Group, we specialize in producing justice. If you or a loved one in the Atlanta metro area is facing serious criminal charges, then you need serious legal representation.
The Okoli Law Group is here for you. The Okoli Law Group is here for us.
The Okoli Law Group, serious legal representation.
Really love this brand because first off, the products are quality. I have amazing hydration. You guys can see the shine. You guys can see the definition.
Never know who get your great one. A column benny, Denny Giga, a column benny, the Boala, a Dapunye, Obiwa. Never know who get your great one. A Dapunye, Obiwa. Never know who get your great one.
Hey, peace family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Do me a favor. Please hit that like button. And please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And once again, thank you so much for the support. We got a few announcements before we get started. We are rolling. So I'm hosting a tour to Sierra Leone in April 20th through May 4th. And this is for, citizenship is back on the table in Sierra Leone. I don't know. Hey, Miss Van, how you doing? How you doing, Miss Van? I don't know if you guys know, but citizenship is back on the table in Sierra Leone. They changed the rules a little bit, but it's back. For the most part, you have to go to the country twice now. The first time you go, and you have to wait a year before you could be sworn in and get your passport. So the first group under this new policy, well, actually the group that came this past November, they'll be getting their passports in December of this year. No passports will be given in April. But when you come in April, I said alleged. We're going to get into that. When you come in April of this year, you won't get your passport till to next April of 2026. And if you come in December of this year, you won't get your passport to December 2026. So you have to wait a year. So every swearing in ceremony will be held every April and December. And the good news is the groups that came in November of last year, they're going to get their passports in December. So yeah, so that's what's going on. Please visit donfo.africa to learn more. We are also rolling to Nigeria for the Oshun Festival. We are going to the Shaka Ra, what's going on, bro? Let's Shaka Ra, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room, man. Love to hear from you. In fact, I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat room now. If you want to call in, you can call in. So links in the chat room. So and we've been discussing Kagame a lot, Shaka Ra, and my take on it is not the most favorable take, but we'll get into that here in a second as well. So we're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. The tour in May for Senegal for the Jazz Festival is filled. Then we're going to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Then we're visiting Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Then in November, we're going to do Namibia and South Africa. So we're doing two trips in one. And then in December, we're going to Sierra Leone. So yeah, so that's what's going on. Please visit danfo.africa. That's DANFO.Africa. Again, please visit danfo.Africa to learn more. But link is in the chat room. I wanted to get into, so again, this is alleged. This is alleged, but they're saying that Boko Haram is, I don't know if you want to say directly funding. I'm sorry, USAID. I'm sorry. I don't want to say directly funding, but let me play this video real quick. Let me play this real quick. We'll watch this, and this is coming from U.S. Congressman Scott Perry. And so let's listen to him real quick, because all this controversy going behind USAID and funding like Transgender Day in some underdeveloped country. Just it's all types of just weird stuff. USAID, our tax dollars was funding. But let me play this real quick, and then we'll talk about it.
Is holding you back, and you probably don't even know it. Before motion, I felt like I was constantly battling my.
You don't have to be a rocket science. You could just read the Taliban is classified, and if you don't know, the Taliban's in charge of Afghanistan. They're classified as a specially designated global terrorist organization by OFAC. So post 2021, so this is last year, 2024. We spent $697 million of the taxpayers' dollars in Afghanistan, including $534,719,000 in change from USAID in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is ruled by folks named Sarajuddin Haqqani. The Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding.
But I want to listen to the whole entire segment.
You now recognize Representative Perry.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. USAID was created through executive order in 1961 by President Kennedy.
Back that up.
Recognize Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. USAID was created through executive order in 1961 by President Kennedy, long having lost and strayed from its mission, lost its direction. Even the Clinton administration tried unsuccessfully to reform it. And we spend, I don't know, somewhere between $40 and $50 billion annually on this organization. And with the things that you hear, well, many of us, probably most of us in this room, agree with projecting America's power for the good of all the world around the globe. Quite honestly, if our enemies were asked to design a foreign aid program that would actively undermine the United States of America at maximum cost to the taxpayer, they would be hard-pressed to create a scheme more effective than USAID. That's shocking to say, but I just, it's, look, let's just go to a couple things here. We left Afghanistan, and I'll characterize it as left in August of 2021. August of 2021. So the Taliban's in charge. Taliban threatens the lives of the NGO personnel distributing USAID. They claim credit for USAID distribution. They interfere with the distribution of USAID aid. They tax the beneficiary of the aid. They tax the delivery service. They steal the food commodities. They divert the funds. They extort citizens for protection for USAID aid. They create sham procurement schemes, and they threaten the lives of those who oppose those schemes. Now, that all occurred before August of 2021, when we were there. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You could just read the Taliban is classified, and if you don't know, the Taliban's in charge of Afghanistan. They're classified as a specially designated global terrorist organization by OFAC. So post 2021, so this is last year, 2024, we spent $697 million of the taxpayers' dollars in Afghanistan, including $534,719,000 in change from USAID in Afghanistan. I don't know what we think we're going to change in Afghanistan. We lost 22,000, lost or wounded 22,500 Americans in Afghanistan over the course of our term there in the war, spending over $2 trillion. We're just going to keep on spending because somehow we think it's going to get better. And if you're wondering who's in charge of Afghanistan getting the money, and that money I just mentioned, the $697 million is on top of, and is in addition to the weekly to every 10-day shipments in cash of $40 to $80 million. Afghanistan is ruled by folks named Sarajuddin Haqqani. The Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. $1 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS.
He said Boko Haram.
Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel, entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public. Yet somehow you're believing, and American people are supposed to believe, that this money is going for the betterment.
Hey, one second. D. Akubulon, should American tax dollars be funding? I think it was what was it? Transgender comic books in developing countries through USAID. Do you agree with that, D. Akubulon? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with U.S. tax dollars via USAID funding transgender comic books in developing countries? Just say yes or no.
Of the women in Afghanistan. It is not. You are funding terrorism, and it's coming through USAID. And it's not just Afghanistan, because Pakistan's right next door. USAID spent $840 million in the last 20 years on Pakistan's education-related program. It includes $136 million to build 120 schools, of which there is zero evidence that any of them were built. Why would there be any evidence? The Inspector General can't get in to see them. But you know what? We doubled down and spent $20 million from USAID to create educational television programs for children unable to attend the physical school. Yeah, they can't attend it because it doesn't exist. You paid for it. Somebody else got the money. You are paying for terrorism. This has got to end. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. In addition, we don't even have an embassy in Afghanistan. Chair now recognizes the representative from California, Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by, I know a lot of USAID workers, former workers, alumni are watching this hearing. I want to thank them for their work. They're patriotic Americans. They're out there, they're doing God's work, helping save lives and everything else. And I'm sorry that you guys are caught up in this. So I want to appreciate this on behalf of the United States of America. You guys are patriotic Americans. I've visited with a lot of these folks. I travel a lot, gone into refugee camps, and have seen what they do in terms of life-saving stuff. And again, it's super important work that they do. It represents the best of American values. And it is really sad to see these folks get thrown under the bus. When we talk about stronger, better, more prosperous, I think we're all in favor of that. We're all in favor of working together. Mr. Chairman, Congressman Yoho's my classmate, and he may have been more conservative than you when he got to Congress. Ted, you and I traveled, I think, on your first trip abroad. We went out and saw some of these USAID projects. I watched you over time, become the champion of the BUILD Act, the champion of reforms, and we've continued to stay in touch. Now, what saddens me about this whole approach, I'm not going to talk about Elon Musk. I'm not surprised by how he's approaching things, but this isn't Twitter. I don't want a 21-year-old tech bro going through deciding which programs we should continue and not continue. Mr. Chairman, I want us to work and do that work. We can go line by line, or we could hire Mr. Yoho to go through line by line and say, hey, here's the programs that make sense, here's the ones that don't. But that's our job. That's what we're supposed to be doing. That's our oversight. I don't want that 21-year-old tech bro, probably has never traveled anywhere, has no passport, doing our job. Let's do this work together. And I'm not here to defend every USAID program, but I do believe it serves a really important purpose for our values. We've read Heritage Foundation
Guys,
reports.
let me do this. Let me play this other clip real quick. Hold on one second. Let me play this clip. And D. Alcabulan, you still haven't answered my question. You still haven't answered my question.
Check this out.
If you're there, if you want to answer. And as you come to the chat room, please hit the like button again. As you come to the chat room, please hit that like button. But you still haven't answered my question.
Show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready?
Oh, sure.
$20 were my fees.
Karen. Do you know if Mr. Musk took the same oath that you and other senior advisors to the president took about adhering to the Constitution, following the law? Do you know if he took that oath?
I don't know the answer to that question, but like I told Caitlin, I can get back to you guys on that.
And do you know what expertise he has in the areas of global health or humanitarian aid to be able to assess what's happening at USAID?
Well, first of all, Elon Musk is a once-in-a-generation business leader. He is an entrepreneur. He serves as a great ally and a friend to the president. And I think Elon Musk also has a little bit of common sense. And I think the American people really appreciate that when it comes to the federal government, because it seems like all common sense has been lost in this city. And that's what you see when you look at USAID. I know Secretary Rubio made some comments about how he will be acting as the director over that agency. And here's the reason why Elon Musk and others have been taking a look. Because if you look at the waste and abuse that has run through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces.
Do you agree with that, Abu Kulan? Do you agree with that? Let's continue.
$70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland.
Do you support that? Should American tax dollars go support that? Go towards that? Abu Kulan, should American tax dollars go towards that?
$47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia.
Should our tax dollars go to supporting a transgender opera in Colombia? Well, Elvis, we know you're going to say yes.
$32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru.
Should our tax dollars go towards funding a transgender comic book in Peru? Say yes if you agree.
I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do, to get the fraud, waste, and abuse out of our federal government.
Jay.
On Doge and the fraud claims, Elon Musk in the Oval yesterday gave us some information on that. We're just wondering if there's some proof, evidence. Is the White House willing to share evidence of those fraud claims, or can Elon Musk come to the briefing room and share material evidence of what he's talking about?
Sure, I would love for Elon Musk to come to the briefing room. That's why we had him go to the Oval Office yesterday, where I think he provided great answers. He was speaking in layman's terms, speaking common sense to all of you in the media, but also to Americans at home. But I would say especially to all of you in the media, because I think it's a real fallacy that there's this alleged lack of transparency when it comes to Doge. President Trump and Elon Musk have been incredibly transparent on what Doge is doing. There is an X account with the Doge handle. They are tweeting out what they are doing on a daily basis. They have a website where they are posting the receipts of the contracts that they are reviewing and the payments that they have stopped from going out the door. The secretaries of our departments have stopped from going out the door. And I would also say that before it was Elon Musk making our government efficient and accountable, it was some unnamed bureaucrat that none of you knew. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He's also now one of the most highly scrutinized men in the world alongside President Trump because of what he's doing and the access that he is allowing. So there's great transparency. As for the actual receipts, we are happy to provide them, and I actually brought some today because all of you know I love to bring the receipts. We have contracts upon contracts that we can send and provide this information to you. Let me be very clear. We are not trying to hide anything. We have been incredibly transparent, and we will continue to be. These are screenshots of contracts that Doge found across our government. This is a DEI contract, $36,000 for U.S. citizenship and immigration services. That is against the president's policies and his America First agenda. This is a $3.4 million contract, a Council for Inclusive Innovation at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Department of Commerce, another DEI contract that Doge identified. I can continue to go through these. Oh, I love this one, $57,000 for climate change in Sri Lanka. What is this doing to continue the interests of the American people? Absolutely nothing. These are the line items across the federal.
All right, go ahead, Elvis.
All right, what's up, Dinas?
What's going on?
I'm good. Look, I mean, you guys just have to go back a little further and think with your minds and realize that the U.S. do things, especially the foreign agency, you know, they do things that the end justifies the means. It's not a policy agenda. It's a bigger thing that they're trying to accomplish. Take, for example, Ronald Reagan or George, Bush, the father.
Elvis, do you support our tax dollars going towards?
No, you see, when you do that, then you kill the conversation. I'm making a bigger point.
No, but I'm just asking a question. Do you agree that our tax dollars goes towards transgender comic books in Peru? Yes or no?
If I know why, I'll tell you. Then I'll tell you. I'm not just going to make a judgment.
Well, okay. Do you agree with that being exposed and being canceled and being cut out?
Yeah, you can cancel it if you're the president, if you want to cancel it.
But do you support that?
That's what I'm saying. You got to know why. Why was it spent that way?
I know, but it's canceled now. Do you support?
No, if it's canceled, fine. I'm just saying, don't.
But do you support that?
Support what?
It being canceled.
I don't care either way. Like I said, I don't care either way. But my point is, you've seen things. For example, when the U.S. supported the Mujahideen with Osama bin Laden, that eventually turned into Al-Qaeda, they did that for a reason. It was a proxy war against the Russian that was occupying Afghanistan. So they supported him. When Bush supported Saddam Hussein against Iran, they supported him because the end justifies the means. So sometimes they're doing things that on the surface doesn't make sense, but when you look deeper, it's for a covert operation that may help the United States foreign policy in the end. So when you talk about transgender this and that, and you know look deeper, what is the purpose of it?
So what was
You
you,
know.
you tell me what how do we go deeper on transgender comic books in Peru?
I mean, I don't know. That's why you have to do the research. You just hear these people talking these things, and you think this is what $36,000 is spent on.
Well,
You've had people.
they did the research and they're stopping it, and I agree with it.
That's fine, but what is the research? What's the conclusion of it? Why was it doing it?
That's a good question, but it's no
You
longer.
see,
So
that's the point. So if the why is just because they're trying to support gay or transgenderism, then fine, it's not a good cause. If it was for some other reason that was going to help the United States in the end, then it might have been worth the money. So you got to ask the question why, and then come up with a solution, a conclusion. That's all.
okay, go ahead, Ola. Unmute yourself, Ola.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. The one that surprised me is the one we call the Son of Africa was not even the one making Nigeria destabilize. So how can Africa actually trust these people that said they're from Africa, one mouth, but deep inside their heart, they're really against Africans? Jonathan paid a price. And they were sponsoring not just these terrorists alone, they were also sponsoring some of these corrupt politicians in Nigeria
Of course.
to destabilize Nigeria, to frustrate Nigeria, because Jonathan refused to sign something they want him to sign. He said, look, I can sign it. We have traditional people that worship their gods. They're not going to agree on this. The Christians, the Muslim. I can be the president, but I can't say what people want me to sign. I don't have the power. That's when I think David Cameron and Obama turned against him. They put pressure on him, put pressure on the military. They threatened the military to sanction them. The military could not move, But this is a guy that his father is from Kenya.
Okay, you're talking about Barack Obama.
Yes. Yes. How?
But what did they want him to sign, Kadola? Is it a gay marriage bill or what? What was it?
The one the Ghana man could not bold enough to sign also. But Jonathan signed Nigeria one. Kofa they told him if you dare do that, you'll be Ghana will, that money is not coming. But with Jonathan signed it. And man, this is a white guy. This is a white guy that just read it out. A white guy just say everything. Say, look, you see what Obama was doing. Obama was playing dirty. In one hand, they were nice in your face, but behind the scene, they try, they destabilize your country.
Kadola, I had a question for you, right? Do you think that the United States supported the rebels that recently ousted Assad from Syria? Do you think they supported those guys?
Oh, well, Clinton, that lady, look, when that thing came, the Assad was also under pressure like that also. How do you think jihadists take over that country? How did jihadists flock into that country just like that?
But I'm saying, for the Syrian people, they've celebrated, they've rejoiced, they think that's a good thing. Now, in 5 or 10 years' time, it might come out that these guys who took over are terrible people. They then start to oppress the people, and then everybody blame the United States because they say, well, you brought them in, and now they're doing bad.
People were saying in that territory, right? In the northern part of Nigeria, in that territory, that what surprised them, their invisible helicopter. What means helicopter that they don't know how this helicopter coming and going. You understand me? Look, not the Nigerians are not so rich. The elite might be rich, but the people there are not so rich. Maybe they might have a deal with Niger at that time. Niger. That's how they could carry out some of all these things.
Yeah, but terrorism is a global organization, is a global syndicate. So if Boko Haram is working with ISIS and affiliated with Al Qaeda, even in my country, Liberia, people were trading diamonds with terrorists for guns. So they're all over Africa. If you have the right connections, you can buy weapons and have it delivered to you in the
Nigeria
forest.
army, right?
Yeah.
Nigeria may do all. No, look, destabilize Nigeria not just mean only the terrorists alone. They work with some corrupt Nigeria generals. It was look. This is a big money of a thing. Still the people of that place are paying the price till to today. Or that territory. Not even that territory alone. It's not, it's not spreading. Or just to get to Jonathan. We will use the bad guy, the evil guys, to drive away the good guy. Then we'll see what happens from there. You see, Nigeria right from time, right, will always be targeted as a country. One, Nigeria have heavy resources, right? They have a lot of resources in their territory. Two, the Nigerians are at that time, even after the independence, even before the independence, that these Negro people are just too smart. If you allow them the space to be 20 years in peace, right, they will understand what kind of resources they have in their territory, and they will make a very good use of it. And based on that,
Kodola, 1 second, right?
Hold on, let me finish. Based on that, it will be bad for business. This is all about business and transaction. So what is it? Destabilize them so we can get some of these resources. This is what the target of Nigeria is before the independence and after the independence. Nigeria will never be created for peace.
Okay, here's the point I wanted to make, right? I think the video that Dinas was playing, there was a guy in there who was talking about how the U.S. was supporting terrorist organization. And it's funny because these guys know better. Take, for example, Osama bin Laden. There was a courier, meaning a person who carries, information or mail from one, terrorist to another. The United States government or the CIA, they hire these people, they put them on payroll, even though they're working for a quote unquote enemy organization, but they pay them, they facilitate certain things to them, and they turn them. Without that courier, the United States would have never caught Osama bin Laden. So when you are in the U.S. government and you see these things, you think, oh, the U.S. is supporting terrorism. But sometimes they infiltrate these organizations, pay some of these people, turn them into spies, and they use that information to ultimately get the end goal or the end result that they desire. That's how some of these organizations work. The CIA and other agencies, they infiltrate other, bad people, quote unquote, and they even support them financially and give them logistics so that at the end of the day, they will give them information that would kill the leader or that would towards certain plans that they're trying to implement. That's just how it works. We can't be simple-minded and think that spending money on a enemy organization means that you're in support of it. Sometimes you're doing that to destroy the organization because you're aiming for the bigger fish at the top. That's all.
Yeah, but you could see
guys, make sure you hit the like button as you come to the chat room. And also, I put the link in the chat room if you want to call in after the conversation. You're more than welcome to call in after the convo. Link is in the chat room, and make sure you hit that like button as well. And don't be afraid to super chat or cash app. Go ahead, Ola.
You see, why some of all these things are going on, I'm really disappointed about Obama, really. Because when Obama came, he came as a son of Africa. You see, the way Obama deceived the Black Americans, that's the way Obama also deceived the Africans also. When Obama was being swearing in at one particular point, I was watching it. Reverend Jesse Jackson made a statement. I think behind that scene, I saw the video. He said, this dude is not for West Africa. It doesn't possibility have our pains in his blood. Obama have a sweet face, speak nice, good-looking dude, but in his mind, it was a betrayal.
I disagree.
Hold on. Obama came with
Nah,
things.
it definitely was. No.
Let me tell you, Obama came with things that he knows that even his own father will never agree on those things. Obama came because possibility somehow be he could convince some few black Americans in the cycle that this game or whatever he's producing is nice. He said, no, let's take it down to the people there. We were able to convince those people heavily, man, the black Americans might be easy game for them. And it came. And any leader in Africa that disobey such anything, it will give you a backhand. Okay, Kenya, where his father is coming from, they rejected the other guy, Kenyatta, rejected it. But it didn't stop there. They were still in power with Biden time. In Ghana, you can see Ghana recently, even when the parliament passed the law to ban it, that old man, that corrupt man could not do it because he knows his money somewhere in London, in France, and everything. Then he said, no, I don't know. But what they do next, they went to plant the flag. The flag, boom, so that they can be seeing it. That's what he did. So
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this quick.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Go on.
Yeah, look, as Africans and black people, sometimes we're simple-minded when it comes to politics. We do identity politics rather than politics based on policies. Obama is a liberal. You have to look at what liberals believe in the policy agenda that they're pushing. You don't just look at his race and think because he's black, his policies is going to be, influenced by his race. He has an ideological alignment with liberalism. So you as a person have to be informed on what liberalism is to understand where his policies are going to gear towards. You can't just sit there and think because he's black, he's going to be in favor of our thing or our interest. He came on a political ideology and that's why he was elected. So don't blame Obama because he has a black face. Look at the policies and look at if he aligns with the liberal, liberalism. And he did. He's a liberal man. He was a liberal president. So he didn't do anything that was against his ideology since he came out of Harvard and Columbia and became a politician. Look at his record in Chicago. He always fought for social justice. He always fought for more social inclusion for the people. He was pretty much almost like a democratic socialist. So don't think Obama changed. He didn't change. He always been the same. It's just you didn't do your research to realize what ideology he was pushing. That's all.
Ola, are you there?
Oh yes, because look, you can be. I understand it does not grow up in Africa, so it doesn't have the cultural background of some certain things, but he knows well. He studied. He's a professor. He understands some of the African culture. He think he has some communication with some of his relatives and everything. Let me tell you something, right? I might not to know much about the Black American culture, but at least I will understand these people, right, with the few that I have communication with, that they will not understand and they will not tolerate what I'm trying to say to them. You understand me? So person like him that visited Kenya and have aunties and grandma that he have a relationship with and possibility, he will understand that, look, these Africans that you try to set from this game with, which because he said, I will take this to Africans and each country to country, they will try to, those that did fall into line, they will sanction them or they will stop giving them aid. So we type on not know that regime change was also a part of the game also. You understand me? So it was not just sanction you or not give you aid or whatever, but also regime change. So forget about his ideology. Those ideology, you can have an ideology in the country where you're staying. You understand me? Try to execute those kind of ideology, but not sponsoring something that you know. You understand me? If it was so good, why Obama did turn to the rainbow flag? But he's married himself, right? He's married himself. So people, look, the culture, he know the culture. It'll be very 200 years from now, Africa will not accept that thing. I don't know after 200 years, maybe depends, but he knows that coming with that program will not work in Africa. Not now, not in 200 years, not in 300 years. You understand me?
Okay. All right, Kadola. I had a show last night on a Liberian platform, and this conversation came up in our context, in our country. There's the Methodist Church in Liberia is having a convention about this whole issue of gays being in the church, being, in leadership position. And my position on that very platform was that I disagree with it. I think a church is like a club. It's like a social club. And if you're going to a social club, you got to understand what the dogmas, what the ideology of that social club is. And as a church, it's actually it's exclusionary. It excludes certain people based on the Bible, which is the supreme authority of the church. But when you go outside of the church and you go into a secular state, like a state, a government, you shouldn't discriminate against people based on their sexual preferences. Obama is not going to Africa to ask anybody to become gay. He's simply saying those who are gay should be protected by the government. That's the policy. They're not even pushing for gay marriage. They're pushing for people who are of the same sex, who have called on human rights, groups internationally, that they're being discriminated, they're being targeted for violence. The United States is saying that these people should be allowed to live freely within these countries, because now gay rights has become a human right issue, and the United States is always pushing for and advocating for human rights. So that's the point. But let me just say this last point. Obama has no allegiance to Africa. By virtue of the fact that he became president of this country, his only allegiance is to the United States. And he's only going to push the foreign policy of this country. He's not interested in what African culture is. He's not an African. He's an African American. He's an American man. He's the president of the United States. His only supreme interest is in what's best for the United States. So he's not there as a Kenyan to do what's in the best interest of Kenya. He's in there to do what's in the best interest of the United States. And he might have certain political ideology that he's trying to push on a global scale, which might be more liberal in his context. And some people think Africans are more conservative. So then again, align with his political ideology. So I don't disagree with Obama. I think culturally, in churches and in religious organizations, you can exclude certain people. That's a private organization. But in a circular state, in a government, everybody should be protected equally under the law. That's my position on it. So I have a dual position on this. In the church, I disagree with it. In the government, in a national setting where our government is now ruled by religion, I think everybody should be equal under the law. That's my position.
Kiddo, you want to respond? And guys, links in the chat room if you want to call in. You're more than welcome to add the conversation, and please hit that like button.
Yeah, yeah, I understand, but check who they were funding to take over from Jonathan. Buhari. You see, that's what I said. They were pushing somebody that is a very good guy, bringing somebody that have an ideology, that have a very Islamic type of ideology, that even destabilize Nigeria more. Sometimes when you see these people go to church, Obama go to church. So now, through Obama, I now understand Christianity might be another facade whereby to convince other people, look, I'm part of you. I understand what, because he didn't really do. Jonathan is a Christian, but who was it push it? Somebody that will never sign that thing. Possibility maybe thought Jonathan, because of his he's a professor also, he look very liberal, he's smiling and everything. That might be up to what they will use. You understand me? But they now brought in Buhari. Nigeria election was all being rigged. They never say anything about it, because now we now know, because they have their own agenda. You understand me? Now we know that they have own agenda. That's just the truth. So it's not about wherever. I understand that most foreign country, most Western countries destabilize Africans a lot. African countries a lot. That is there, but those people are not the same looking race like you. You understand me? They different in type of skin color. You can understand their past. Okay, the ancestors are colonialists. They did some certain things, and they might have the same type of blood and everything. But not somebody that you see that preach about equality, that sing Amazing Grace. Somebody that said, if the dude George Zimmerman delete was can be his son and all these things. But you could have those mind. I understand that it will not look. I understand it's carrying out the agenda of United States, that because that's what it's swear allegiance to. But George Bush was even far more better than Obama. George Bush, you understand me? I don't look with this guy.
In what way, Condola?
Look, George Bush understand that this game. I can say George Bush did some things that are wrong, but George Bush will not push it. Is Donald Trump not there? You understand me? But George Bush was not pushing what Obama was pushing in Africa. Obama never did nothing in Africa. Obama never contributed nothing in Africa. Obama never destabilized Africa territories. You understand me? So Obama never did nothing. One single thing. He did nothing. You understand? Just the way he deceived Black Americans, right? The same thing he did to Africans also. Possibly to the worst evil to Africans. George Bush.
Condola, first of all, that's not true.
Hold on. The so-called
what's not true?
That Obama didn't do anything in Africa.
Nah, he did with Libya.
Not even that.
Libya. He did.
Yeah, fine. But go to the Horn of Africa. Ask Uganda and Kenya if Obama supported them in fighting against El Shabaab. Well, El Shabaab used to go into Mombasa and go into Kenya and kill university students and go into a mall in Mombasa and kill a lot of people who were in the mall. Obama supported Ugandan and Kenyans to put that under control. And right now, they did such a great job. That's why the United States even trusted Kenya to go into Haiti to peacekeep, because they show that they're capable. And even right now, Somalia has a temporary seat on the Security Council because they fought against El Shabaab. They fought against pirating, and they've done such a good enough job that they made a compelling case that they need more support to continue to stabilize that region in the Horn of Africa. So if you just dig deeper, you'll see some of the things that Obama did to help the security of Africa, especially in Eastern Africa.
My brother, I can understand what you're trying to push. Look, Kenya was being used, today Kenya is still being used as an agent. You understand me? Kenya was always being used as an agent, right from time. Even the Kenyatta dude that left and everything. Kenya was also playing a double game. Possibility Obama also read those bloods also. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. Kenya was never being used for anything good. They would be bribed to go to Somalia to fight after the Ethiopians left. Kenya was also being used also in a way because Kenya accepts authorities from them. Kenya is a country who depend on this kind of USAID a lot. So when you depend on this kind of thing a lot, if your master is paying you, you follow their rules.
That's how it works. It's reciprocal.
Yeah, I understand,
It's reciprocal.
But you say he help Kenya and other things. It didn't. Okay, apart from him getting all these things from Kenya didn't really do no much also for Kenya also.
Condola, people were coming in killing Kenyan citizens. It was a security threat for them. And the United States helped bolster their security sector, the military, give them intelligence, and they were able to fight El Shabaab effectively. That's a net benefit for Kenya. What are we saying?
I understand. I said Kenya has always been an agent as a country. Kenya has always have a double face in that territory for a very long time because of the USA they are receiving. You understand? So Kenya is the highest beneficiary of that US aid. You understand me? So I was not surprised that he still follow up what they were doing to the Kenyans for a very long time and still follow up the same thing. Apart from that, what have you actually done in Kenya? You understand me? George, look, if not from this guy called the Bush family, right? The President Bush that left. It's Bush that introduced this so-called AIDS medicine that you see today that Trump is trying to stop. I understand. It's American tax money. Africa would also try to improve on their own also. You cannot just be depending on a country with their money and every resources that sponsoring you while the president, they all stealing the money, corrupting the money, bringing it to London to buy properties of about 20 million, 10 million pounds and everything. They hiding money everywhere, buying houses in Texas and all these things, I like Trump a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. I like him. He now showed the Africans do right for yourself. But these things have been brought by George Bush. I think George Bush can board a plane today, will go to Africa. Africa will receive him perfectly. Africa, I think something is in Zambia, something in some of these countries. He will come to Ghana anywhere. They will dance, they will receive him and everything. Be even happy to see him.
Dola, have you heard about the?
Can Obama do that?
I
Hell
mean,
no.
I want to ask you a question. Have you heard about the Magnitsky Act? Have you heard about that?
What this has something to do with corruption too, right?
Yeah. And you know who? And you know who is heavily affected by it? Which continent?
Which continent?
Africa. So I'm saying this just to tell you that the U.S. as a whole, they have an ongoing war on terrorism. The war on terror. That's a policy point, a standpoint that the United States is standing firm on. So anywhere there's terrorism, whether it's Africa, whether it's Asia, whether it's Europe, they're going to do everything to try to put that under control. They're going to fight against it monetarily, by influence, by by finance. They're going to do everything to put it under control. That's a national policy. So Obama was only doing those things in furtherance of the national policy. Now, when you look at the Magnitsky Act, right, which is trying to curb corruption, people from my country, I think like 6 or 7 of them, even more so now, are underneath that Magnitsky Act. They ban you from using the SWIFT system. They ban you from using, U.S. banking organizations. They seize your property. Even Maduro, his plane and other assets got seized under that same act. So you have to look at the policy and then look at the presidents who are enforcing that policy. They have a fiduciary right. They took an oath to uphold the policies of the United States government. So just because you become a president, you can't say, you know what, I'm doing away with this policy. I don't want to use it anymore. I'm doing my own thing. You can do that, but you're going against the foreign, policy of the United States. So Obama, Biden, they were only going with what was on the books and in furtherance of the policies of the United States. That's all.
Let me tell you something, Elvis, right? That what you call that whatever that act are about, right? I think they introduced because of Russia at that time. Nigeria politicians are still going to United States to hide money there. They still buy their mansions, they still buying everything there. They refuse to, apart from those that they just want to seize, the selected one, they seize it. Nigeria as governors are going to use it to buy mansions, condos, all kind of houses there now. Yes, and still now. They didn't stop them, so all those banks, as you try, you say in the back, it's not working. I would have preferred Trump if he settled down, as he stopped this USAID to Africans, countries. He should also try to seize their money. He said Africa is like a shithole countries. Please, he should seize some of this corrupt money, as how they come in with this huge amount of money, where at least you have a trace. How do you able to afford houses at about $10 million? I want him to fight. I understand it's not his fight to start looking for corrupt African leaders, funds and everywhere they hide them in the United States. But you still have to understand too that you can seize these people money and turn it to be African aids also. Let's assume the money Nigeria is getting from this USAID. By stopping it, it can say, okay, good, we stop it. Now your corrupt leaders that brought in this money will not be your USAID. You understand me? Because the money these corrupt leaders are hiding in the United States, they're hiding in everything in London and everything. Let this start using that money as part of the whole fund to fund some of these Africans' aids. Also, that would be the best. African leaders, African citizens, they will so love him, they will thank him, they will know he's really doing the thing. You understand?
But Kadola, the United States is limited in how they treat other countries' government official. They get involved for two reasons, and this is why the USAID was important, right? If you steal money that was given to your country through USAID, the United States government has jurisdiction to go after you because you're stealing from their taxpayers. So politicians who steal money from United States aid, the U.S. have full rights to go after them. The U.S. also have a right to go after people who have assets in their country and in their national banks. They have the right to bar them from using a system that was developed and operated by the United States government, like the SWIFT system. So they can't just catch somebody who is stealing his own people money in Africa, who has no asset in the United States, who has no ties to the United States in the infrastructure, financial infrastructure, and go after them. They don't have that jurisdiction. But if you're stealing money from their taxpayer through USAID, they'll go after you. If you have asset in their country or in their banks, they'll freeze them and they'll seize them. So you can't ask the United States to go after your politicians who are perceived to be corrupt if they're not doing anything, if they're not stealing from the United States government, or if you haven't proved sufficiently that the money that they have in the United States bank is of ill-guiding, means. So there's procedures to it. They can't just sanction just anybody. You have to prove it, or they themselves have to see that there are evidence that leads to this person being corrupt or stealing from the United States, donor funds to their country.
Yeah, Elvis, this thing also try to strike some of these corrupt funds that are coming to the United States by these corrupt politicians or leaders or elites. That will also stop the flow of
Well, who's supposed
Africans.
to do that? Not the U.S. Your government's supposed to do that.
I understand. That will also stop the flow of immigrants from Africa for some of these countries coming to the United States to look for better life. So they can also have a better life in their country so that they can also share equal, do business. See, when a country is doing well, Canada is doing well. Some European countries are doing well. That's why America could trade with them. China is doing well, right? I understand it's not, that's what I say, I understand it's not the United States position to start looking for these corrupt funds or where they hang this money on, because that would take also their own taxpayers' money to start looking for these things. You understand? But if they want to really do it by giving these African countries their aids or US aid or anything, you can say, okay, bring like what they're doing to Abacha loot, but they're bringing it slowly. See, they have already experimented with Abacha loot. It will not just end up only in Abacha loot, but they will also do it also with other leaders also one day. So if you can execute it through Abacha loot, so why don't you do it with all those ones that also are alive? Seize their property. If they have children that are in the United States that they're using their name to hang some of this money on, and ask these children, how do you get this money? So there's no need to start giving African people aids while you can allow them to grow the economy.
No, Kador, let me say this. U.S. aid is soft power. Soft power, meaning it's intended to influence, right? That's what it is. The U.S. wants to have a hegemony over most countries and influence them through soft power. And that includes aid, mainly aid, financial aid. And then you can influence them to vote or to side with you on certain policies or international interests that you have. So aid as a whole, I live in America. I'm an American. So when I look at what the U.S. is doing, it's in their best interest. They're not going there as a philanthropist to help you because they're just altruistic. They also have, interest, and they're using their soft power through financial aid to influence your government and your country to side with them on most foreign policies. So it's not something that you can blame the U.S. for. If your country never needed aid, it would be harder to influence them, and thereby they will be more independent. But if you're poor and you need your budget to be subsidized through, aid from the U.S. government to help with your educational system or your health system, like my country, then for sure, whoever pays the piper calls the tune, right? So the U.S. is going to tell you, fine, we're going to help you with this, but we want your support on this. That's how it works. If you don't want it, be independent, financially independent, and thereby the U.S. will have no means to come into your country and offer you aid because you don't need it, and thereby you'll be harder to get influence because you're not beholden to your donors, i.e., the U.S. or the EU. So,
But you can see even the Americans that are even sponsoring the thing, people like the Danish taxpayers, your taxpayer, your money that you contribute to United States and other United States citizens, That's what Donald Trump came to power. They get it, they get it fed up of it. You know what I mean? And that's why they deporting people right now. They think, man, too many people are coming to their country. They get tired of it. You can't really blame the look. Evan, let me tell you, one thing I wish that one day the real Black American, right? I'm talking about the real Black American. I'm not talking about the afflicted ones. I'm not talking about a person like Kamala Harris that I don't know if it's. I'm talking about the people like them, Diners type of ethnic people. You know what I mean? That one day, those ones will be far more easy to deal with. Africans to talk to. You understand? They might not be culturally Africans, but they might be easy than some of these people that have affiliated to Black America, maybe Jamaican, this African. Obama is just forget it, man. The way person like, a little bit African descent somewhere. Now, if a person like the real Black America might become to power, it might be, it's not like he will be using American money. No, we don't want that. But at least you know who you're dealing with, and he'll be very straight to you. You understand me? Because let's just be honest. So Black Americans are very straightforward. That's just the truth. That's why I really, when Kamala came to the scene, I said, no, where's the real ones? It doesn't is Black American, but we know it's not. Then when he's doing things, which I said, I think it's Black American. Like what Obama was being regarded as Black Americans almost, or it's an African American, or because people say, but where's it from? Oh, it's Kenya, it's Black. But see what it did. So for me now, I would support if you read from the ethnic clan of the Black American race. You understand me? If those ones that formed that country with the white people, I think they have the right now to become president, and they can work towards that. They'll say yes, these are the real ones. That let's see what they what South Africa have to depend on United States, but we can know, okay, this is what we're dealing with because this person might grow up in the family that some of these things are not tolerated at all. You understand me? That's just what I'm just talking about.
All right, let me pass it to Jonathan Miller. Go ahead, Jonathan Miller. Unmute yourself. Jonathan, unmute yourself. Okay, let me pass it to Zongo Native. Go ahead, Zongo Native.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's really interesting actually, the news, because because like the Boko Haram thing when it occurred, because I mean we all belong to the House of Wald and we speak the Hausa language. So at the time when Shekau was claiming to be the leader of Boko Haram, we were listening to his argument, especially he used to speak in the Hausa language, right? Uh, and a lot of people had a lot of contention with his argument, right? Because there was uh, quite a number of like leading Muslim cleric within the House of Wald, right? Especially in northern Nigeria, in Niger, that never understood where his stand actually came from. And once we heard this news, I quickly had to send this news to one of my colleagues in the in northern Nigeria, and he said like the issue's actually trending over there. So it kind of makes sense now because there were actually people over there, like foreign government that was financing them just to create some sort of like chaos among the in the continent.
You read my brain, eh?
I'm sorry, sir.
I want to play. Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. So it kind of really, I mean, as this information is actually on unraveling, it really kind of made sense, create chaos. The divide and rule tactic has never changed since time immemorial, and it's quite really interesting because me a lot of people, especially like people within the House of Wall, have been tagged that, oh man, these people are just they've been tagged, oh, these people are very chaotic, you people like war, you're problematic. But then, as this information is actually unraveled, there are actually people, foreign interests, who want to create this chaos just to cause this division among people on the continent. And this really serve as like a wake up call for a lot of us on the continent. We let this tribalism, religion to even divide us. But deep down, when you look at the root cause of these problems, it even goes beyond this, the tribalism that we even argue about, even the religious lines that we even argue about. It goes beyond that level. So this definitely should serve as a wake up call for a lot of us on the continent. It's not really about land. Sometimes it's not really about your ethnic group. Sometimes it's not really about religion. Sometimes there's even a greater um, uh, objective from foreign interests to destabilize your region so they can benefit from your division. And many imams actually died during the fight against Boko Haram. Leading clerics like Sheikh Jafar, a very leading cleric. He protests because, like we speak, I personally understand the Hausa language, and he protested against people. He was shot while he was in prayer. People like Sheikh Jafar was from Kano. There was another Sheikh too. His name was this from one of the states too in Nigeria, not in Nigeria too. He was killed when he was heading back home. You know, it really created a lot of like chaos in the region at that particular time. People were trying to justify.
So Zango, let me ask you, right? You think Boko Haram was started by the West, or was it, religious ideology that fostered the development of Boko Haram?
No, because the thing is like, because I mean, I think because one thing you have to understand is like when you state even in international relation 101, right? If even if you have a religious ideology that want to separate yourself from Western civilization or something like that, the question you have to ask yourself is, who's actually providing them with the weapons?
Right, that was my point. We're not saying that the West started Boko Haram, but where are they getting the funding for the weapons?
Exactly, right? Because I mean, the
You said, where are they
leadership.
getting the funding, or where are they getting the weapons from?
I mean, that's the funding. The
Well, that's
funding.
not funding.
Yeah, that's the funding actually.
No. Pause. Funding, you're talking about money. You're talking about tangible cash.
Yeah, but weapons use
Weapons can be
money.
bought with that money. So, if,
But it's the same thing. Let's not play
It's the
semantics.
no,
same
no,
thing. It's the same thing. If I drop guns and there's a brand new artillery and weapons and guns in to Boko Haram in northern Nigeria, that's the same thing as funding. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not play semantics over this.
okay, let me say this, right? In Nigeria itself, there's been this ongoing rumor. It hasn't been proven, but a lot of people
Let,
think it's
let, let,
true.
let me just say this. Let me just
Just
this.
5 seconds, Zango. I'll give you back the floor. That a lot of these government officials, sometimes even governors of some of these northern states, are actually sponsoring Boko Haram. Nigeria is a very wealthy country. A lot of people have millions of millions of dollars from the oil resources and whatever. So these people who are in government who should be protecting and fighting against this group are actually sponsoring them, giving them money, giving them logistics, and sometimes even information, to
Yeah.
continue this war that they're
So
carrying on in northern
yeah,
Nigeria.
let me. Cause I'm trying to respond because, like I said, I never lived in Nigeria before, but I speak the Hausa language, right? And we do like we do communicate with people within the Hausa world, not only in Nigeria, in Nigerian or something like that. So I understand the language quite perfectly. And I'm saying, if you look at the leadership, mostly, even like in northern Nigeria, the ones who have access to capital, a lot of them are not really Islamic like that, and most of them are not even going to provide those kind of funding to support this jihadist kind of mentality. Because not you gotta understand, not everybody is really because if you really have money to do something good for yourself, why would you like go in that direction? You get what I'm saying? It's so if someone like Shikau, the leader of like the Boko Haram group, who's actually providing with the funding? You think a leading politician is going to do that? Because at the end of the day, it's not even the non-Muslims that really were hurt the most. It was actually Muslims that were being killed. A lot of it was actually Muslims, people from
Yeah, because if you go against I mean, we don't want to get into the religious, argument, but if you go against the book, if you go against the Quran, and you're living a kafir or a mushrikin, and you're not following what the book teaches, you could be killed. It's right for them to kill you. So killing those people who are quote unquote Muslim, who are accepting the way of Western life and Western education, it goes against their belief. So they could
Yeah,
be killed.
but no, but the thing is, because you understand, like, because like I'm saying, I do understand that, like, because there's a lot, because like before you become even an imam, you have to be taught by a lot of like like schools of thoughts within even the country where you come from, and even when you travel to study outside in the Muslim world and you come back, you still have some leadership within the hierarchy of ulama, like the Muslim, like the learned ones, right? And a lot of people were actually challenging that person, that man, that he should come for a debate, like which areas is he trying to justify his argument from. And that guy he never came from the open, actually. And I'm like I said, a lot of people that I knew from the House of Speaking world were completely against that man, Sheikho.
But Zango,
This up,
you
this
know you
up.
know that Buhari, when Boko Haram fighters got captured, he incorporated them into the army. He gave them stipends. He sent them to school. He never
Man,
punished them. People who had killed many people, committed acts of
man,
terrorism,
that's a
and
lie.
Buhari gave them almost a blanket amnesty for the
No,
act,
that's a lie.
the
Yeah,
atrocity that they
literally,
committed.
you are
And a
actually
lot of
listening.
Nigerians were not happy with that. I want to hear your take on that, Kodola. I know you live in Nigeria.
Man, I never heard of that news before, but I think that's a complete lie. I actually had
Kodola, are you there?
actually had a friend that will come from the region where
And,
Boko
and,
Haram.
and,
Hold on,
that,
Zongo.
and, that, well, and then I'm gonna pass it to Ja. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Zongo.
let
Then I'm
Kodola
gonna pass
respond. He's living in Nigeria. He knows what's going on.
Let
Yeah,
me
I actually had a friend that was
let
from
me
that
give my two
region.
cents. Let me just give my 2 cents about this. Just 2 seconds. You see, Boko Haram actually will never be formed as a radical group when it was formed at first. It was a guy called Yusuf. A guy was a very, very educated guy, you understand? He formed because he said that to checkmate the politicians, because they were very corrupt at that time, that those politicians have to swear by their Quran. You understand me? Then they use him to get vote. After the vote, they dump him. That what was seen that these politicians started having what called Gordy Gates. That's when they started coming back again to say, look, it seems like these people that went to Western education, they're bad people. Then he started having a lot of voice. He started having a lot of followers. Then the politicians, they like it because they thought Obasanjo is a very dangerous guy. So Obasanjo that made a mistake. You know what black people are doing. They give you jungle justice. The Shako, that guy that's very, very brutal.
Yeah, Bubakar
That
Shako.
guy was like a messenger, I think, for this dude. That guy that follow up the aggressive part of it. The Northerners, before Boko Haram came to that place, are very peaceful people. You understand? They are very, very peaceful people. They are straightforward. They are one of the most trusted people in Nigeria. You understand me? In business and everything. Most these Igbos you see today, the richest man of Igbo land make money in the north. You can make money with them. They can make you very rich. They can borrow you $10 million just to do business and pay them without no interest. They are like that. They are very nice people. Only Boko Haram came to stain their name. And a lot of them, look, when you be sponsored by, look, when you have a weak point, you have a certain influence that can come in and make use of that weak point from your territory. I think that what happened. They corrupt some of the elite there. That's how Boko Haram become any other thing. Boko Haram is a very evil set of organization, but not all did not. Most Northern people are very peaceful and loving people. They are very nice people. That's the truth.
let me pass it to Ja. Go ahead, Ja.
Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Then after that, I'm gonna pass it to Jonathan. Go ahead.
Can you hear me fine?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I called in really when I heard about the funding versus where the weapons are coming from. Like, even when we talk about the last few days about Congo, the people are fighting in that area for the resources, for the money. With the money they get from whether illegal gold trading or whatever they're doing, extortion, whatever they're doing, they take that money and then they buy the weapons. So I agree with Elvis. The funding and the weapons can have two separate sources. Most of the times, the Mexican cartels, they sell the drugs into the United States. With the money they get from the drugs, they purchase weapons in the United States through various means, or other countries, mainly the United States, where the weapons are coming from, though, and then they ship the weapons to Mexico.
So apply that to Boko Haram.
Yeah, apply the same logic to Boko.
Yeah,
Boko Haram.
apply that to Boko Haram.
The odds are Boko Haram does not make weapons, so they get the weapons from somewhere. The odds are, if I was to give a guess, I'm not sure. I'd have to. There's some research on it. I'm sure there's information out there as to where they're getting the weapons. But if I was to give a guess as to where the weapons are coming from, they're getting the money from the areas they control.
How are they getting you're going somewhere now. How are they getting the money from the areas they control?
Huh?
How are they getting the money from the areas they control?
Third thing, man, it's gonna be like just any other warlord type.
Because you got to think about it. It isn't, they don't have the resources like Eastern Congo.
Man, like, see,
yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where this is going.
I mean,
they're not moving the amount of weight like the
because someone like Shekawi, where he actually came from, man, like he's a Kanuri guy, right? Because he spoke Kanuri too, right? And I mean, like people actually came from that region, right? Trust me, they're not gonna have that funding to buy those.
That's what I'm saying.
They were trained from somewhere else. Cause have you seen some of the videos that he did, like with the ammo tanks and everything? I mean, if you never have, even in Africa, we all come from Africa. You're not even allowed to own a gun. Nobody, like, we all came to learn about this in the U.S. Like, oh, it's entitled. When we hear Americans, it's their free, it's their rights to own a gun. We all get surprised. I'm like, damn, is that really for real though? Right? Because in Africa, like an average person hasn't even seen a gun, or less probably seen a cop holding a gun before, right? So it's not even common unless you join the military and they teach you how to use those kind of like weapons.
Right. Let me, because I gotta keep I gotta pass the mic. But again, Jay, like how is he getting the money from those areas, which are predominantly poor, very poor areas where they're at?
Okay.
To buy tanks and just the artillery and the weapons they have.
Okay. I mean, again, I would have to look it up, and I was gonna look it up. So next time I drop down, I'll look it up and I'll see if there's information out there as to where they're getting it. But
right, because you can't compare them to the Mexican mafia, well, to the cartels and to what's going on in Eastern Congo, because the resources aren't there. They're not moving the dope like
not just buying it, but how to use it too as well.
Yeah. But I got to pass the mic. Go ahead, Jonathan Miller.
But I'm saying because is poor, right, does not mean that they don't have. There's plenty of poor places in the world. Look, Haiti is the poorest place in the Western Hemisphere, right?
Right.
Still, the Haitian gangs have a ton of weapons.
Right. So but they have there are certain people who are giving them those weapons, though. That's the thing.
But I'm saying to you that my stance is not,
and also training them how to use it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, as far as there's like I don't want to say a paper trail, but there's a trail as far as how these Haitian gangs are getting those weapons and where they're coming from.
Diners, they kidnap people, they put taxes on people's head, they committed armed robberies. That's how they help fund it. And they had external funding from sympathizers and from other government.
You talking about Haiti?
Money?
No, Boko Haram.
They're not, dude. The amount of kidnapping.
Boko Haram is funded by nonprofit organizations.
Go ahead, Jonathan Miller. Go ahead.
USAID sends money to nonprofit organizations. Nonprofit organizations on the ground then give the money to Boko Haram. When they claim that they're going to give them food, they actually give them weapons. What happens is when you're a nonprofit on the ground in Nigeria or any other country for that matter, you can't pick a side in a conflict. So if you're going to aid one side, you got to aid both sides. So they say that they're neutral. So if Boko Haram gets injured, well, they got to supply medical needs. If Boko Haram is outnumbered or outgunned, they got to supply arms. But they do it in a strategic way in which they'll just lie and say, well, we're just trying to deliver food to these areas. Now, there was a Nigerian general that spoke about this, and I'll post a video in the back chat. You don't have to play it. You can just look at it in your own spare time. But the U.S. funds Boko Haram. They've been funding Boko Haram. They fund all of the other chaos in every other country. And the reason why they do it is at any given point, if a country decides that they don't want to, bow to the West, well, then here comes your little, regime change movement or your civil war. That's how it works.
Jay, you want to respond, and I'm going to pass it to Free Game.
Yeah, so I just looked up one article, right, from the United States Treasury, right? They sanctioned 6 people in the United Arab Emirates in a partnership with the United Arab Emirates, and they said those people are over there getting funding for Boko Haram. You know what I'm saying? Now, we can go down the rabbit hole as to, hey, that's a conspiracy or whatever, right? But the fact of the matter is, if you send aid to a country, I'm not going to say to you that none of that aid is going to get into the wrong hands. If you're sending millions, billions, maybe something's going to happen like that. But the majority of aid is not going to these groups. These groups are doing things to get money. When they get the money, they buy weapons to defend themselves and to build their strength in the area.
Well, that just completely goes against your argument that they're getting the money from the local areas. They're getting it from the UAE.
From external sources, actually.
Yeah. So that goes against.
And also look at the
right
region.
there.
Look at the region, because like they are bordering with Niger. So how are they going to smuggle the gun, like those ammunition, through those countries?
Bro, a lot of Dinus, you've been to Africa, right?
Well, the smuggling thing is, I mean, you can smuggle anything with the right amount of money. But again, your argument was to get it from local areas. It seems like they're getting it from the Emirates. But let me pass the mic to Free Game. Go ahead, Free Game. Unmute yourself, Free Game. Free Game. Unmute yourself.
Dinus, I think you being biased.
Go ahead.
I think you being biased, Dinus, because you told us, you said that just because they dropping guns off in Chicago don't mean you got to use them. That's what you said.
Yeah, what's that got to do with Boko Haram?
They dropping guns off there and they using them.
Yeah, it's a bullshit. I know it's a bullshit. Just like in Chicago, it's a bullshit. Yeah.
So
I'm not justifying or defending Boko Haram. So what you mean I'm being biased?
But you not putting the blame on them. You just think
I am putting the blame on them. Why wouldn't I?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Who said I'm giving Boko Haram a pass? Hell no.
Yeah, but how y'all know it's not the French though?
It might be the French. It's the French in Mali.
It's right by it.
It might be the French.
Yeah, the important thing is someone from external sources providing.
Yeah, it's definitely external. Go ahead, Free Game.
And how we don't know? A lot of the times we say America, but is it America or is it a corporation that's in America?
It's the United States government.
Is it the United States government or is APAC?
Every year they literally give out these whole damn articles in publications talking about who they funded, where the money went to. It's just that niggas don't read the shit. Well, people don't read the shit.
Yeah, they
talk about it every year.
Let's refrain from using the N word, but go ahead.
Yeah, they put it right out in front of you. But at the same time, again, is it the U.S. government or is it a company that's funding the U.S. government to do this? It's
the U.S. government.
Okay.
What see the companies are not that very powerful, right? When they go to these international countries, they need the strength of the U.S. government to be able to do that thing. So I would say like they probably influence the U.S. government to kind of like pass their interests, right? But for the most part, when you hear America is establishing bases in a third world country or in developing countries, it's not because they are there, it's because they want to help those people. They are protecting American businesses over there, pretty much. That's
But
the
but
American
but
interest.
but hold on though, hold on. There are companies that run the American government.
We're in America, right? But in a foreign society, like, I mean, they use the American government as a vehicle to sort of like pursue their interests, right? Me in America, you can say they influence American government, but they can't really have an influence without using the American government as
Yeah,
a vehicle to sort of like accomplish their aim. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. Okay, you talking about the stamp of the American? Okay, yeah, I got
Exactly.
you.
That's
I
okay.
got you. All right. I'm just saying, Dinus. My bad. I ain't mean to.
Yeah. I'll never defend. I have more smoke for Boko Haram than I do the deadly clowns in Chicago.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
jump
I
back.
just yeah. Go ahead, African Wahala. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Dinas. Thank you for the opportunity. Um, the USAID has had a relationship with Nigeria since 1960, so it's been 65 years. And one of the ways they implement their funds is through NGOs. I heard someone earlier mention that the USAID does not use NGOs to disperse funds in countries like Nigeria, but that's not how it works. The information is right there on the front page of their website, United States Agency for International.
Which, by the way, the website is down. By the way, go ahead.
Yeah. So if you think about Boko Haram, it's unfortunate that these guys, when I say these guys, I'm talking about the Nigerian government and their puppet masters, which US government is one of. They have refused to provide information for the people, which is intentional to keep them, uninformed. And for that reason, people come up with speculations. So when we seen that US rep guy, the politician, coming out and specifically mentioning that the USAID funds Boko Haram, it has created an avenue for us to connect the dots. And one of the dots that can easily be connected here is the first guy, the founder of Boko Haram, Mohammed Yusuf, that was gunned down by the Nigerian police in broad daylight after he was captured. He was basically extrajudicially killed. Once the guy passed away, his followers started rampaging. They became angry because that's all they have in life. I mean, if you have a bunch of people as a result of corruption of their leaders and religious indoctrination, people that have no skills, they don't have employable skills, they don't have education, all they have to do is to showcase their extremism. So they started going on a rampage after Mohammed Yusuf was killed in 2009. Fast forward 2011, Boko Haram carried out two major terror attacks. One on the United Nations building in Abuja, and another one, which was a series of coordinated attacks simultaneously across multiple churches in Jos, Abuja, some other regions in the North Central region. Fast forward 2014, Boko Haram has vehicles with machine guns installed on top, and they are killing people all over the place. They are kidnapping 200 girls from a school. Where did they get that funding? Where did they get the equipment to be able to carry out those terror attacks? Like I said in the beginning, the original followers of Mohammed Yusuf are poor people that are victims of their politicians and their religious indoctrination, and they have nothing. These are people that have no capital. They have absolutely nothing. And then fast forward 3 years later, they have machine guns. They have weapons that can take down choppers, helicopters. They are making fun of Nigerian military. They have their flags, taking over territories, having the indigenous people pay them taxes. Where did they get all this infrastructure to perpetrate these terrorism? And that's why I said they've given us room for speculation. It's not possible for a group of poor people to all of a sudden have weapons and machine guns and carriers and vehicles. It's impossible. That's where the USAID comes into play. Through that organization and many other foreign organizations that so-called give aids to African countries, they have been able to fund these guys to continue perpetrating evil for their own benefit. And I'm going to say something, I'm going to say finally, about Goodluck Jonathan's government in 2000, and it ended in 2015 when Buhari took over from Goodluck Jonathan. On the elections eve, John Kerry, an American top politician, maybe he was the Secretary of State or something, he came to Abuja, sat down with Buhari, the head of the opposition that was contesting against Jonathan, and they had a conversation. If that is not the definition of election interference from a high level, I don't know what else is. And then we've seen Michelle Obama with the Bring Back Our Girls picture on a Twitter. It went viral. That was around the time Boko Haram really became an internationally known criminal organization. So at the end of the day, if we connect the dots, USAID funded Boko Haram for their weapons. Barack Obama's administration interfered with the elections to get Buhari into power. And after Buhari took over the country for 8 years, everything went down the drain. Most importantly, the social cohesion, the camaraderie between ethnic groups completely destroyed by the Buhari's administration. But that's my contribution. I just wanted to connect the dots here. We don't have any critical evidence, but we know that the US and its appendages, the institutions like the CIA, they've always interfered in African issues. They were responsible. We saw CIA guys confessing on interviews about why they killed Patrice Lumumba in 1963. So we know that the United States and its friends, they continuously interfere in African issues. And unfortunately, lack of information has created speculations. Thank you.
Yeah. And African, I was going to add that there was even
Can
at
I-
one
can I say
point.
something?
Yeah, I was just going to add one thing. There was even at one point the Nigerian military went there and they got defeated by Boko Haram. Can you imagine like people who got a whole military that have been trained for over a long period of time to go to a region and get defeated by Boko Haram? It means these Boko Haram people are really trained. They are really trained to use this weaponry very effectively.
Yeah, I mean, these guys created a vacuum, and this is all we can do, speculate. And I'm pretty sure that I'm correct, to be honest, because it's not a secret that the US and all these other its friends they've always interfered with African issues, just so that for the most part they can have access to the natural resources. So it's impossible for African people to use those resources to develop themselves. It's not a secret. We all know about this. But thank you.
The CIA and the damn French are behind this Boko Haram nonsense. Okay? The same people who overthrew Gaddafi, they're the people behind this. All right? You should listen to Jonathan when it comes to this, Marcus. We all know that's how they use to destabilize Africa. There's no hide about it. Okay? It's quite blatant. You can look at the history. This is what they do. It started after Gaddafi. So let's not beat about the bush trying to cuddle the white man's a damn devil. Let's not look too far. We know who he is. Look at the evil now he's trying to spread in South Africa. Now he's going right up in the White House. Now he's got power. He's legitimized his ill-gotten gains in South Africa. He's got power now. He's going into space now. Now you can just drop bombs on your ass. We know who he is. He's a white man. Stop being scared to mention it. It's him. End of. I want my Nigerian brothers.
You talking about Elon Musk?
I'm talking, yeah, all of them, they're all working for the same thing. White supremacy. We've got to address things as they are. Okay? They told you blatantly what it was about. All this happened after the overthrow of Gaddafi. Okay? Whether you got a black face on it or white face on it, we are always the enemy. The whole idea is to make sure we are distracted. Now they got their main man, Kagame. Look at the crap he's pulling. Nobody should be defending traitors. Okay, we know who's behind the Boko Haram. The CIA and the French in particular, with all their allies. They got together, got rid of Gaddafi. Whether you like him or not, these people have always been the one behind our destruction. So let's not look too far. Listen to what Jonathan said, and you know what's behind this.
You're right. And then, I mean, during the Boko Haram case, like they made like the Bring Out Our Girls a very big thing, right? But then there's still conflict. there's still ongoing conflict in this African countries, and you never hear most like
Nope.
politicians
Nope.
being saying that, oh, why don't you stop this conflict in Sudan and oh this Congo, this region. Nobody's really talking about it.
Nope. They're not talking about the Congo.
No,
right? Because we
nobody.
got that darling boy Kagame. All right, he's there to do their dirty work. He'll have all the weapons he needs.
Even the AES too, like this conflict over there, like
Listen,
this extremism and those kind of things. Yeah.
It's a conflict of war. We saw it in the 60s and it's playing out again because it's a war between a big companies such as Apple and all the rest of it is for resources. We in Africa have got to make wise decisions about whom we want to be our leaders. Okay? Right now, we need to go east and go under the protection of Russia.
but Africans are still dumb. Listen, Africans are still dumb. They still want to fight you over tribalism. They want to fight you over some religious bull crap. I mean, they don't think.
You're not gonna get a perfect. You're not gonna get a perfect situation, but you need to let your people first of all wake up to smell the coffee. Okay, these people are consistent in our persecution against Africans in the West, against Africans in the homeland. They are consistent, so it's not hard to work them out. Okay, we let the South Africans go free. Look what their children are doing. Call Elon Musk and the rest of the PayPal guys. Now they got the ear of what's it, Trump? They wind him up, he drop a bomb on your ass. Now they're gone so far with the AI technology. I heard Elon Musk has got the automatron robots ready to go. You went to drop them down there, then you go and see. We know who our enemies. Let's stop beating about the bush. Jonathan just broke it down for you. This is what it is. We just psychologically somehow don't want to accept this. You're gonna have to wake up to realize who this man is. All the distractions on this well.
Hey, Lewis, 1 second, right?
Go ahead,
Ultimately, like Dinah said, and other people are asking the question,
Mm-hmm.
you're the ones who are taking those guns and killing your own people.
I know.
So
but listen to this.
the ultimate destroyer of your own people is yourself.
That's a poor excuse.
It's not.
It's
If you refuse to kill your people, the guns are ineffective.
For the first time, I actually got to agree with Elvis. He's right.
Right. I hear you that. But it's like this. Most of our people in anything are not going to be on your side. Like I said, when a white man turned up, most of our people didn't fight. There's only a few of our people that did fight. But in this day and age, in the information age, if you want to die for the white man rather than the black man, that goes to show you the percentage of our people who are not with us. That's why you're not going to have everybody on your side. But countries like Nigeria should not be. Nigeria right now should be gathering people together like this. Okay, but you're not going to get that. Okay, so now what do we do? We got some people who get it. People in the Ivory Coast, they get it. They don't care. They're on the French side, right? People in Gabon, they got the French. They're loyal to France. So then the question we got to ask, what do we do? But we should not take our eyes off who the enemy is. Most of us now should be looking east, even though they're not the best option. Most of us, that's where we should be looking.
The enemies, it's ourselves.
I hear what you're saying.
We're not smart enough to not be manipulated into killing each other. We're our own worst enemies. I said we're not smart enough to not be manipulated into killing ourselves. We're our own worst enemies.
That's the one thing we shouldn't do. If we know that we're going against ourselves, we know that's a wrong. Right? That's why Pan-Africanism is there.
Yeah, we gotta work on that.
We should be able to point out who is doing the dirty deed.
Yeah,
we have Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, we got to work on that because usually the way the enemy is able to, even they bring the guns, the way they're able to exploit you is just to,
it's not for your benefit.
Just to create some conflict between certain two tribal groups and say, oh, this one has been on power. Just like what is happening in Congo and Rwanda, like the M23 justifying their actions. You get what I'm saying? Like that's how they do. Or probably in the case of Boko Haram, they use some kind of religious bullcrap justification.
They get taking advantage of our religious people. Okay, so we've got to make them come to understand. But we're at a stage where about now it's too late in the game to be explaining too much. Well, we've got to call out. If you've gone in there and you've gone into the Congo, Paul Kagame, we want to speak to you, my friend. What the hell are you in there? We don't give a shit if they're weak. What are you doing in there? Admit that you're working for Apple. Okay? Admit that you were CIA from the word go.
You want that?
You've been there a long time talking a lot of this and that. Why are you always down there? Why are you the only one in power there? We've got to call out individuals now. That's what we've got to do. We know we got that. Our people are not going to be, most of them are not going to be loyal with us.
Because even in the US, not everybody in the US agree with each other. But for some reason, the government is able to maintain law and order over here.
Hey, listen, us people like Diana Zamir bring Pan-Africanism to be popular on the internet. We got the FBA rising. What do you think that come from? You think he's doing it just because he's doing it? No. He's called this. He's called selling out your people. Now you want to delineate it. That's the latest now. Why? Because they know you're moving back with the African. They don't want that. You're going to be freeing you black people? We're going to be on code. Once we're on code, we're going to spread it.
You think FBAs are getting paid to delineate themselves from Africans?
You're damn right.
That is crazy.
Damn right. Okay? Let's call out the sellouts on the continent, and let's call out our sellouts in America.
No,
okay?
I disagree with that point, Lewis.
We've been through this. Yeah. So let's call them out, and those who are like-minded people, we'll be together. The white man's time is short. I'm telling you, I'm not worried. I don't want to give you religion, but his time is short. And we've gone
Lewis, you think Europeans all agree ideologically? These people are not monolith. Right. They have different ideologies.
Listen to me. I tell you what's happening with you, right? And I went through this. I gave them time. But you come across one good European, and you want to forget about all the bad ones. No. It don't matter if it's the Democrats. The Democrats just cook you, get you ready. And then they bring someone like Trump in. Bam! There you go, nigga. Okay.
Well, I thought you liked Trump.
Huh? I like his gay policies, but now I know what he's about.
Oh, you didn't know what he was about before?
Oh, I knew, but I wanted to give him a chance because like you come across good white people, right? So I'll give him a chance. But now I'm like, oh, okay, and it just reinforces for me what this is about.
This is funny.
You know what I'm saying? I'll give him a chance for that, but I thought because he was a better candidate than bloody that gay woman, that gay black woman pushing all that. She was completely fed by them.
Who was a gay black woman?
That what's her name? Camilla. What the woman who was running for the Democrats?
Harris.
What proof that she's gay?
I prefer someone like Trump because he's going to give you a wake-up call.
Yeah, exactly.
We mess around too much. None of them are on our side. So let's start identifying those who we find is a problem and point it out. Yeah, I tell my brothers and sisters in Nigeria all the time. Nigeria was too big to work. In Africa, you need bite size. If the bigger the country, the harder it is. Look at the Congo. Yeah. Okay, so right now, what's going to happen to the like-minded people in Nigeria? Let's get together. If the people in the north want to use religion to split, let them split. You don't have to fire a single shot.
So what about Africa just becoming one big country so that everybody resource can be used for the benefit of everybody, so nobody is stealing from each other?
That's the ideology, but you're living in a cloud cookie land. I'm the biggest fan of Islam, but you live in a cloud cookie land because even with all the good things that's been done, some of our people still can't see it. They can't wait for white men to come and rule over you.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Wait.
Yeah,
some of our people are straight out sellouts. Let's be honest. Exactly. I love my brothers and sisters from Kenya, but I see a lot of that. Ooh.
Yeah, because even recently the Muhammad government, like Muhammad went to Munich for some security conference.
Yeah, he's there now.
And then he met with the leader of AFRICOM, the one the military Langley, the Black American guy, and they discussed some joint security exercise to be conducted in the coastal areas of Ghana and West Africa to fight against it. And I'm
I agree with Muhammad when it comes to our defense. He's talking to Burkina. I agree with that. I don't agree with him on nothing else, but I agree with him on that.
Yeah, but I'm saying even the security, security, you still at this point you're still relying on European countries to fight for your own.
You see, what you have to remember, the one thing that white man got on his side is technology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The Russians really showed you recently they're up on the game with technology. That's why Nkrumah went to, he bought Brezhnev, and Brezhnev bought him nuclear rod for nuclear power and all that, right? If we would have kept up with it, we probably had a nuclear bomb by now. But away from all that, okay, Nkrumah didn't get sit on one side. No, he said we were looking east or west. We go where our interest is. Right now, our interest would be to bring, with the other countries now, bring Russia in a bit more. Okay, don't get rid of us. Bring Russia in a bit more. Go BRICS if you want to go BRICS. Show the white man, listen, we're not putting up with this. Let us see what they're going to do. We're God's people. They ain't going to erase us. Trust me, they can't. They didn't create this world. God created this world. And he put us here first. And
Louis, you ready to go fight? You ready to fight against the white supremacists in Africa?
Sorry, am I what?
Are you ready to fight against them militarily?
Oh man, every time I see,
Hey man, let me tell you one thing.
I just want to put that gun up and get deal with that man face to face.
No, but Louis, I get what you're saying.
My enemies.
But Louis, I get what you're saying though. See,
there's no. We got to identify who our enemies. You can't go to back and don't know who your enemy.
See, you're right. So,
knowing your enemy is one thing. Being equipped to defeat them is another.
Exactly.
Thing. We're not equipped.
Right. Listen. Let me tell you something. Let me say nature.
Wait, Louis, wait. Let me make this statement.
Louis, you gotta pass the mic, brother. Let him speak, please.
Let me make this statement, right? I mean, because I grew up in Ghana for the most part, right? When I came to the U.S., it's a bunch of young white kids in some, Midwest states with the kind of artillery they had. I'm like, damn, man.
Yeah, you never had that.
Yeah. They can go to Africa and defeat everybody over there.
Easy.
Like these guys, they know how to use weapons.
Let me tell you something. You know how God defends the black man?
And that's how I knew that we are just a joke back home. I swear to God.
Right. Listen, without God, we would have been finished. He's put a mosquito there for a reason. Oh, you fight and get rid of malaria? That's to stop the white man coming to your ass.
Louis.
That's to stop your back. I'm telling you straight.
What?
Right? Just look at the statistics.
Yeah, you're right. They couldn't stay.
So what are you saying? God put the snow in North America to stop the black man from coming here?
I mean, the climate too is.
Because we're not adapted to cold weather.
Right.
I'm man.
I think the climate in West Africa. Go ahead, John. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
Long Louis can
bro. Mosquitoes, malaria has killed more black people than they ever did white people in Africa. So stop. But it kills black people too.
West Africa.
How long?
But it kills us too, bro. A lot of people die from malaria every year in Africa.
But it stopped them from coming to your homeland.
Yeah, but it's still killing us. It kills human beings.
Elvis.
Have you seen the recent numbers that's come out with the birth rate of black people? We're the highest in the world. We're more than
there's number one rate of death in Africa right now. It's malaria, bro.
Yeah, I get what you. But Elvis, listen,
don't worry about it. There's enough of us reproducing.
Because in the past, because I always ask myself this question: the Europeans, why they never took West African land as they took in regions in southern part of Africa, right? It has to be something about the region of the terrain in West Africa that wasn't really conducive for them to stay over there.
Yellow fever.
Because they could have just stayed over there and captured those lands.
They said they didn't do it because of the diseases.
Oh, the diseases, right?
That's what they said.
You talking about you like Africa? What's the difference between Africa and Iran? I mean, it's damn near the same place.
No.
Iran is much more drier. It's not a humid tropical area like West Africa.
And hold on, you talking about people that created the virus, bro. They have, not only do they have military power, they have the biological power to do anything they want.
No. At the time when it came, at the time when they arrived,
at that time they didn't have the medical advancement that they have now.
Yeah, they couldn't do that.
That is the miracle of God working. I'm telling you right now. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you.
You hear me?
No, it's not a miracle. Louis, we die from it. People go to Liberia and get malaria and they almost die. So it's not something that is saving us. It's actually killing us.
No, do you know that the sickle cell that you've got is what defends you from all that? You know that.
People die from sickle cell. Sickle cell is not a good thing.
Yes, but the sickle cell that you have defends you in malaria. If you don't understand.
Oh my God! We don't have. Oh man, I had a girl in high school, a friend of mine, Michelle. She died from sickle cell anemia. So it's not a good. It's not a positive thing, bro.
My guys,
Two of my brothers, listen,
Jay
two of
speak.
my brothers died from sickle cell. Two of my brothers. One of them in England and one of them in Ghana. But I'm telling you, that same sickle cell is what defends you against malaria. And if you don't know, go and look, ask your doctor.
Jay, go ahead, man. Go ahead, Jay.
Not every black person has sickle cell. So
go ahead, Jay.
Millions of people, more black people die from malaria than white people at the end of the day. And then the other thing is like we're all on these chats in these countries where all gayness and all that is, and we're on the internet talking safety and the
bro. Listen to me.
Lewis, let him finish.
No, you gotta let him finish, Lewis. Let him finish, Lewis.
Yeah, but I'm gonna shut that down there because you just giving me.
No, Lewis, let him finish, bro. You gotta be patient, brother.
Lewis, let him finish. Let him finish, man.
Contributing our taxes to the very same system that we're talking about, and none of us want to move to Russia. So should Africa deal with all countries, or African countries deal with other countries? Yes, but which country should they model? Do you want to live in Russia where you do not have the freedom to be on the internet talking what you want and no government official is going to knock on your door? Do you want to live in where you don't have those freedoms?
Listen to me.
On these
that's why you fight for independence, to create the society you want.
Well, here's what I'm saying. I'm not doubting that. Yes, do that. Okay. But I'm saying Elvis said earlier a good point. You have a choice to make, regardless of where it's coming from, the funding is coming from, all that. I don't agree that it's coming from America. These groups
listen to me.
Hold on, Elvis. You talk for a while, man. I was listening the whole time, and I don't have a problem with everything you're saying. It's just how you get there. And Elvis is making a good point. It doesn't matter where the funding and all that's coming from for all these things. I am of the opinion it's no big conspiracy. The groups are getting their money from extortion. People that live in these safe countries like us send their money back to them because they support their cause. People from the area, extortion, kidnapping, whatever. They're getting their money how they get their money, and they're buying weapons and they're fighting. At the end of the day, we're all sitting in these countries.
Man, that's not true, man. That's a lie, man.
Bro, listen to me.
That's a lie.
Sooner or later, you Americans gonna have to come to the realization that the devil ruling your country is the one ruling everywhere else.
Zongo, I hope you're not sending money back to Boko Haram because you seem touched by that statement.
The British are behind all this.
Hold on, man. So
here, bro.
Point. What are you responsible for? I'm not saying that other people don't do things. I would argue that the Chinese and the Russians are more in there doing more damage.
Okay, tell us which damage they're doing. Tell us.
You're in England
what damage are they doing in Africa that's worse than the white man in America and Europe?
You're in England, wherever you are, with a vote, or some say in England, some freedom in England that you can speak and have your government. If the government in England is doing something in Nigeria that you don't like, and there are other over there too. And by the way, Britain has Commonwealth nations that are majority black that can say we don't like what you're doing in these countries. You as a black person have more say in Britain about what happens in Africa than any black person in China, because there's not enough numbers there. Same thing.
My friend, listen to me.
In America,
listen to me.
Apply to Africans, including black people in Congress.
Okay.
Or Russia.
Okay, bro, listen to me. I'm going to make a statement. What China has done in Africa for the last 30 years has done more to help Africans than anything any Western man from Western Europe or America has done. I'm telling you facts.
Listen, China is in Africa. I'm not saying, again, I go back to, I'm not saying don't deal with every country. China gives opportunities for people to go to China and study, just like America gives opportunities for people to come here and study from all these different countries. America
ain't helping us. You've been the biggest enemy. The only thing you're good at doing is recruiting black people to join in the persecution of other blacks.
Bro,
what? You know how much aid the United States gave Africa? You know how many programs the United States is funding through AIDS research, malaria research that's helping Africans?
Every single black leader that was overthrown by coup d'etat was run by bloody America. Every leader, a country in Southern America, was overthrown by the CIA. We are fed up with you lot.
Yeah, but
Right?
Louis,
The only
Louis, Louis.
saving grace you got is the black people that you got. Those
No,
those who
Louis.
walking up.
Yeah,
But the
but
rest of you,
Louis.
you can go to hell.
Yeah,
America is the devil.
yeah, but
You are
Louis.
the problem.
Some government needed to be overthrown, and some leaders needed to be
Yeah,
ousted.
For whose
Not
benefit?
all of them, but some of
yeah,
them.
For whose
but
benefit?
Louis. Yeah, but Louis, you don't want to get delusional to think that even other
What
groups are going to
delusional
come.
what? Listen,
Wait,
let me tell you
let me
something.
finish. Let me finish. Like
Go
other
ahead.
groups are going to come save you. They also have their own
Who said
peculiar.
about other groups? Who said about other groups?
Louis, let
What
him
I'm
talk.
saying,
Come on.
like they also have their own interests too. They might have
Of
their own
course,
interests, but
of
not
course.
compared
We know that.
to
We
what
know
the
that.
Westerners have.
Louis,
But
you
tell me
gotta
when
let
the
him.
last time.
Louis, you gotta let him speak, brother. Show some decorum.
Just listen,
Yeah,
brother.
let's not be, thinking that other groups like Russia and China are also coming to just they have their own interests too as well. So let's not,
Yeah,
because
but
like even
have they overthrown? Have they
yeah,
overthrown the government in Ghana?
no, but they are.
No, but America has.
But let me
And
give you an
you
let me give
still
you an
kicking their ass.
Let him talk.
Why are you so scared of the white man?
let me give you an example. Let me
He enslaved you. He enslaved you, and you still kissing his ass.
let me give you an
He
example.
holds the world economic system in his hands, squeezing your bollocks, and
on.
you still holding him up.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me see. Even in Ghana,
You see
like
the
this.
madness of colonialism? You see
Oh
the craziness
man,
of
Lewis,
colonialism?
Lewis,
Listen to me.
let
Let
him.
me tell you something. If I was the leader of Ghana, the first thing I do is ban every single
Let him
church
talk.
from having a white
Louis,
man
you're
there
too
as a
emotional. Donis, you gotta control Louis, man.
oppressor.
Relax, Louis.
yeah, he loses emotional
Come on,
sometimes.
bro.
You
The white
see,
man gonna take you out anyway. Stop being scared of him.
We get it. Let other people speak, please,
All
Louis.
right,
even the illegal mining activities that is occurring in Ghana, that is destroying the forestry, the forest reserve in Ghana, destroying the land, the rivers.
Don't
It's
blame no
mostly
Chinese man.
no, but it's mostly done in conjunction with foreigners, just like the
No,
Chinese, right?
no, ain't. No,
Come
ain't.
on, man. Let me stop.
It's done.
Man, stop.
It's
Oh,
done.
come on, man.
Louis, you're impulsive,
It's
brother.
done by
You
the.
let your impulses take
Brother,
over you.
you
Let other
asked
people
me a question.
speak.
Let me answer. Well, let me
No,
answer. You asked me a question.
Talk,
You said most of the gold mining being done, right? Blah blah
bro.
blah. Okay, let me answer you. The
Illegal
Chinese,
mining
the Chinese
activity.
ambassador answered Ghanaians this question when they were putting that before him, and he made it quite clear. Not a single Chinese can go to any village in anywhere in Ghana unless a chieftain was holding his hand and taking him there.
That's what I'm saying. It's usually done in conjunction with them.
Right.
That's
So
what
why
I'm
are you
saying.
blaming the Chinese? This ain't the Chinese. It's you. This is
But,
what
but,
you
but
have
the
to
same,
fuck up.
but the
You want
same
to
thing
blame the
could, but the
Chinese?
same thing could be applied to the Europeans too. The same yardstick.
Hey, my friend, the Chinese didn't come and enslave your ass.
But the same
It took you over
yardstick
for
could be
400
applied
years.
to the Europeans
They didn't
too.
supply
Why
you
are you?
weapons to give to other people to take your ass. The white man done that, but you still scared to point to the white man.
Well, I'm saying the same
But Louis,
yardstick
you're living
applies
in a
to
white
the
man
Europeans
country
too.
that's pillaging Africa, brother. You can't be speaking so vehemently and benefiting from the
What?
white man system in the UK.
How do
We
I
all
benefit? He
benefit
took
from that
from me.
system.
I don't benefit. I've just come from work. He's taking 40% of my wages.
Yes.
What do you mean you don't
What are you
benefit? You're
talking about?
working, you're employed. You know how many people in Africa are not employed or can't get the same wage that you're getting?
Listen, just for me to go back to Africa. Listen, just for me to go back to Africa. When I started want to go back to Africa, I had all black hair. Now look at it, he's gray.
Yeah,
If
that's
I
on
don't
you.
make
You're
it back
just
to being
personally stressed.
right,
It's not the UK that's making your hair white.
it is the UK because that's how long it takes for you to get in the capital to bloody go and do anything in your damn
Well,
country.
that's not their fault. Go to school, get a better job, get a better education. You'll
Look,
make more money
I've had
quicker.
a good education, right? I've had a
Let's
good
not make it
education.
let's not make it personal, man. Let's not make the
I
conversation
know. You know,
personal.
it's all right. It's all right. We just guessing. I'm gonna go back my last 15 years of my working life and then contribute to my country. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the system that's running control is all from the white man. The Chinese find a way to get out of it.
Here's what
the Russians have shown you a way to get out of it, but guess what? You don't want to get out of it because you love the white man.
Louis, you've been living in the UK for the last 30 years, brother. What are you saying, man?
I would tell this to Prince Charles himself.
Well, you've been living there for the last 30 years. I tell you that's not so bad.
45 years, actually. I was 10 when I came. I came the week Rollins.
Even worse.
That Rollins came into power.
Even worse.
I saw
That's a
Rollins.
long time.
You never hear me talking shit about
Rollins.
America. I benefited from America so much. I'm not mad at America for nothing.
Oh
I remember
man.
Rollins. Check this out, guys. I remember Rollins flying into Circle,
This
across
sounds like
Circle,
the
and he
sellout
was standing
hour.
in front. He was standing in front with
Jonathan, you know you're not leaving America to go to
Ray-Ban
Africa.
glasses.
Stop it.
This sounds like the sellout hour. You just happen to be in America. The hell with Liberia.
Nigga, I like that. I like the people that talk all that
Y'all
shit.
gotta stop.
Go to
Y'all gotta
Africa
stop
for
with the
2 weeks and
sellout
come right
hour.
back.
Y'all got to stop the sellout.
Man, Louis,
I don't want to hear it no more.
Hey,
Nah, Louis being a hypocrite. That's what I'm saying. He's talking all this shit about the white man, but he lived in a white man country for 45 years. Come on, man.
45?
45 years.
I have no choice.
He didn't say 45. He didn't say that.
He said 45, Jonathan. He went there since he was 10, and the nigga like damn near 55.
He go to school.
Louis, what you been doing for the last 30 years? Louis, what you been doing for the last 30 years?
Man, Louis, Dennis is going to Africa. Jonathan is living in Africa, and they all grew up in America, actually.
Listen. If you heard about my struggle trying to get back to Africa with family members and the bullshit from my own people, you'll understand why I'm still here this length of time.
Louis, stop it. If you want to go to Africa, you'll be in Africa. Nobody in Africa is keeping you in the UK. Stop it, brother.
Dennis has no relatives in Africa. Jonathan has no relatives in Africa. You know?
It's capital here, right? It's capital here, and jealous niggas back home want to stop me coming back home.
Well, are they playing witch so you don't go back home? They're jealous of your success in the UK?
I'll give them some witch from bang, bang, bang.
Oh God.
Boko Haram. Okay. That's how they get fun.
But I understand the struggle. Is a result of all these now we're stabbing each other, we're doing this to each other. Listen, the whole aim of us as black people should be to be on our motherland, defending our home. Look what Elon Musk is doing to a land that he doesn't even belong to. That's how pathetic these people are. They've got a nerve now to turn their struggle in South Africa against the black people themselves because the black people wanted to play paddy and play Rainbow Nation.
If Trump wasn't in power,
he never changes. He can't change. That's how he's made.
If Trump was
no reason with him.
So check this out.
Part of the mic.
The stuff you're talking about, Luis, and I don't know if you can listen for like 2 minutes, and then you can respond. When Lumumba and these people were killed, right? I'm gonna give you the CIA did it, right? It was a certain period of time. What was happening to Black Americans at that period of time in America? Black Americans themselves were being persecuted here.
Yep.
When the Berlin Conference and all that. That's the 18th.
No, don't go too far back. Hold it right there.
Louis, he asked you for 2 minutes. Let him have his 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Louis, mute your mic.
What I'm saying is that you gotta be able to separate different periods of time. Now, history can repeat itself, so you gotta be vigilant. But when they came for us in slavery, we did not have the technology to respond. We did the ocean-going vessels. Now, some people are going to argue, hey, blacks came across to America and all that. All right, cool. I don't agree with that. But this is the thing, and the same thing is happening now. You got to educate your people. Your people are your biggest resource. It's not natural gas, gold, none of this shit. It's what's your education level? What's the other institutions in your country that educate people and teach people and bring people together in various ways? And that's what the countries, all of us here are listening to in relative freedom.
Very good. Brother, when our people fought the white man in the bush, what education did they have? Brother? Hello, bro?
I think there's something wrong with the network. Just go on and respond to it.
Listen, there is basic instinct of nature. You don't have to go to no big university to learn that. Your best warriors never spent a day in school, but they fought the white man in Zululand, in Asante, in the Sudan, and so on and so forth.
And we lost. We all lost.
Yeah, right. The education has pacified us. Okay? To such an extent that we've got so much information, we are almost useless. Oh, well,
Louis, let me stop you there for 5 seconds. The education is what gave the white man the advantage. They've done research to build guns, to build nuclear weapons.
Not the education
No, that's it. You can brute force doesn't beat intellect. Brute force doesn't beat intellect. We may be physically stronger, but if we're intellectually inferior, they're always going to have better weaponry than us. They're going to be doing things that we can never even fathom. So when you talk about going to school or learning a lot of things has made us, worse, I disagree. The white man has intellectualized warfare and as such has become superior to the Africans. That's a fact. You know that.
He's ever since the days of Alexander the Great, he's always had that. That's how God has made him. That's the advantage he's got. All right. Well, I'm telling you that we have a greater God, and he can't. That's what he don't like. When he sees you, he sees God. Okay. Now hear me out.
Stop
if
it, man.
you want to get away from the white man, it's very simple. Get on
Lewis,
a plane, do like Donna Zamir, come
Lewis,
home.
you just
think
said God
somebody's
made the white man
gonna
better than
enslave
us.
God, colonize God, and impoverish God? You think that you think that's what they do?
See, let me tell you something.
There's nothing that we need from them.
But Louis, let me tell you one thing though, right? It's like you're like even Elvis, you're like even Jonathan, you're living in Africa. Because the thing is, we have to admit to understand the problem before we can move forward. I think education to some extent kind of make our people a little, kind of a little dumb because sometimes we get too much intellectual, you don't get nothing done, right? I get what you're saying. But for the most part, education is really needed
Oh,
because
we know that.
if we don't,
We know
if we
this.
don't really conscientize our people, they wouldn't be able to. Because like, look at the people that really go back to the leaders. They're the ones that have access to Western education.
Yeah.
They are the ones that have access to all the resources. They are the ones ruling key institutions within the country, key companies. And most of them, when they tend to have this access to the opportunities, they tend to live a lifestyle that is similar to most Western societies. Leaving the greater portion of the people in abject poverty.
Yeah.
Now we have to bring everybody on board, and also have an ideology that kind of like protect our own interests, right?
I hear you.
I think that's the way forward. Just
Right.
like most countries have their own ideology that protect their interests, like the Chinese, the
Yeah.
Russians. But
Of course.
I think for the most part, we on the continent also have to, expand our knowledge because most of us are
Thank
not
you.
really
We know
free
who the
to.
countries are. Your Senegal, your Ghana, your Nigeria, your Kenya. We know who the Zimbabwe. Let's get together more. Let's bring it together more and realize who our enemy is. If we fail to realize who our enemy is, all this is a waste of time.
All right, let
That's why
Maximilian.
the life of Nkrumah wrote books.
All
We
right.
know who his enemy was.
Hey,
So,
Dennis, I just called in. Lewis, man, they got you good, brother. They got you good. Y'all told Lewis.
I'm
Lewis,
persecuted.
Lewis, they said you've been in. I'm 54, Lewis. You've been in great. But no, I get your point though, Lewis. But you was talking some big trash when they lived in Britain so long and saying that.
Because
it had 45 years. That's almost 2 generations, brother.
Yeah. And then you talking about America. You know who America's twin is? Fool with Europe and fool with America. Them twin sisters and brothers, bro.
Yeah, most American leaders call the Britain like the mother country. That's what they say. I do hear that a lot.
Well, Britain is where the brain started from here. They just transported it, boom, and then pretended,
as an American, if I get on a boat and I got lost and I went to Britain, as long as I got a drive on it, I don't have that problem.
We're here. We're here. We got
so much damage to Great Britain, to Africa.
Keep going in and out. Keep going in and out. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's not stable connection. But I'm
going in and out.
Yeah, you need
you're coming and then you're.
Let me take my headphones off.
Yeah,
Hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Your internet maybe something is, or I don't know if your phone's shutting off or you're getting a phone call or what, but you keep getting
No, that's better now, right?
You're doing well right now.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, I took my headphones off there. But Britain and America.
Now the picture is gone out. Okay, now you're back on.
Went dark. Maximilian.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you probably don't got enough bandwidth for video and audio. Just go on audio.
I got my Wi-Fi.
And it's good to
all right, yeah. Just turn that off.
Good to see you laughing, man. No, we can't.
Yeah. Turn off the video, man. Speak on audio.
Now, but yeah, America and Great Britain, brother, everything they do together.
Of course, they don't change. That's a family.
If you see Great Britain doing anything, don't point at America. Don't point at Great Britain. They do it together.
They work together.
So they've done a hell of a job on the African continent. But I will tell you this: this is where I will agree with you all. The Chinese are doing good things in Africa. The Americans will bring you food, a cabbage, and a bowl. The Chinese will give you a factory to build your own bowl, to grow
Yeah,
your own food, to can your own
yeah.
food. They build bridges. The only thing America's telling China, what they're giving y'all bad loans. If you
Yeah,
homeless and a
that's
man
all.
gives you a home loan versus you
Yeah,
being no home, I'll take the bad
that's it.
loan.
Thank you. Right.
So
So we gotta give
I would
some
defend
credit.
that.
Yeah, we gotta give some credit to him
Yeah, but
because we
guys,
have
but
to
guys,
remember.
but guys, guys,
Mhm,
guys, guys. Sometimes
mhm.
you gotta put certain things in proper perspective. Even in Ghana, the whole like the dam that was built by American company.
Yeah, you know why? Because he
It was-
trusted them, and they stabbed him in the back.
yeah, but it was built by American company, right? And
Yeah.
then there's some few refineries that are built in Ghana that are also built by American. So American companies are building some things, but are not visible to the eyes to a lot of
Bro, listen.
America and Britain built Saudi Aramco, the largest oil company in the world that produce a lot of oil that we use
Yeah,
today. They build
listen.
the infrastructure there.
Yeah,
yeah, a
right.
lot of the
The
stuff they
American
build.
company built my country's airport, their
Yeah.
Freeport, built a lot of infrastructure in Africa.
There
Yeah, they
Yeah, a
don't.
lot
wasn't
of
a
stuff. Yeah, a
single
lot of stuff they
paved
build is
road
not
in
visible
Ghana.
to a lot of people.
There wasn't a single paved road in Ghana when the British left. So I don't want to hear a damn thing. Everything they built was to take the resources out. Listen, I'm sitting on a 4x4 car, right? I got an uncle who's quite wealthy. I get to airport, hey, where I walk, you guys can't come. I'm sorry. I got a wealthy side of the family. I'm chilling with them. We're driving our 4x4 all the way from Accra to Kumasi. Okay? I'm sitting there. We go past a road, old railway line goes past. And then it disappears into the bush. 10 miles down the line, I see it again, okay, crosses the road again. I'm asking, what's all this? It's the old railway line they built from the bush, take all the minerals out, straight to the Tema port.
Who fought us that, Lewis?
That wasn't obviously the British. They were running Ghana at the time. But since we
So
got
you've been
independence,
free for all these years. Are you building your country now?
oh no, we were doing it.
Right.
It picked
No,
up again
man.
under the last president.
Most of the leadership are just dumb. You know.
Right. But hear me out. And Nkrumah got it standing, and he had 7 years development plan, and all the indicators at the time said he was on his way to making it.
Yeah, you're right.
And
You're right.
because of that, because he was using his money from his independence and his industrialization to fund the freedom fight of the other African governments, they said, this Negro's got to go. He wrote a book about what the Western countries were going to do.
Yeah,
And they
neocolonialism.
said that sealed his seat. And they've been following that plan since. So if they haven't moved from the plan, we shouldn't move from the plan. The worst thing you can do is start compromising the white man. So the white man done a bit of this because you made a good white man here, and the white man done a bit because he give you that. Listen, but don't stop fooling yourself. He's your enemy.
Do you work with white people, Lewis?
Oh yeah, I work with white people. I've got some good white friends.
Okay.
Lewis,
I know
can
them
I
for
say
what they
something?
are.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead, bro.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Lewis, and I've been in business a lot about as long as you've been in Britain. You never get anywhere by calling anybody your enemy. I deal with white people, I deal with black people, I deal with England people from Spain.
Yeah.
Don't generalize people like that. That's bad business.
I hear you.
Let me say this though. 99% of my clients are white people.
Exactly.
If you have a service, I do with whoever got the money, Lewis.
You better be
So, and I'm not gonna call nobody the enemy or evil. I just take my resources and put it back toward my black community, the same way he takes the resources he owns and put it toward the white community. The problem is you can't call a man evil that's making money, putting it back into his community when we take our money and put it in his community too.
If you can enslave my people for 400 years, you're evil.
And what now?
If you can enslave my people for 400 years, you're evil.
If you sold your people for 100 years, you're evil too. You're probably even worse.
If you can plan the killing of Patrice Lumumba in the way it was done, you're evil. If you can hold the whole world to ransom, okay, the way they've done and continue to do, you're evil.
That's not being evil. That's not being evil. That's being dominant and preserving yourself.
No. If you're able to kill,
Lewis, you know a lot of white people involved with black people being free too, though, right?
Yeah. Rubbish.
Yeah.
I don't give a monkey about them. To hell with them. Listen, it don't make a difference. After 400 years, then you're gonna free the people when you got the Bible in your hand.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, but Louis, see. One thing that Louis is missing is that
you can't generalize people, Louis.
Yeah, when you
I'm
say
sorry.
black
I'm
people,
gonna call it as it is.
Yeah, but
You're
Louis,
doing the right thing, Lewis. You can generalize. Ignore that.
yeah,
The evidence is there.
Don't
yeah,
listen
but
to Jonathan. He gives no good advice.
Yeah,
Look,
but
look. Oh, listen.
Maximilian, wait, let me make this statement. Like one thing that Lewis is missing is that when you see like they enslaved these people for 400 years in Ghana, the British at that time they signed a treaty with the Fanti chiefs and some Achim chiefs, right, against the
Yeah,
Ashantis.
they sold
So
out.
clearly,
They sold
so
out.
clearly, the people over there never saw themselves as one at that period, or the dominant one
Yeah,
has influence of the minority one. So
we,
usually
we know that there was
they
no
tend
Pan
to.
Africanism back then.
Yeah,
We know
yeah,
that.
exactly. So let's not make it seem like everybody was one and unified, and they were
Okay.
all like have a unified interest,
How we
and they
know that?
just came and just do that against them. That's all
We
I just wanted
understand.
to add.
Okay, fair enough. Let's take it from the time when Luther King was assassinated. Look at the time he was assassinated. Look at the time Nkrumah was overthrown. Lumumba was killed. All the South American countries at the time they were shot. Look at it. Look at the time difference. CIA. Within about 4 or 5 years, all the black leaders dead. Okay,
That's
the
what I'm saying.
evidence is too much.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
and let's
yeah,
not
but
funny about with them. Let's
yeah,
call it what it is.
yeah, but the thing is that
Somebody
because
got to mute, man. It's like you're washing dishes or something in the background. You got to mute.
I don't know.
It's not me.
That's free game. That's free game or something.
My
Oh,
bad.
okay.
My bad.
Folks in
Oh, okay.
America have more rights and say in this country than during the time of MLK. That's what Martin Luther King was fighting for. And so now we have more rights and more say. So the things the CIA could have got away with then, they can't get away with it now. Now
Are
it's
you
a
joking? Didn't you see what they done to Muammar Gaddafi? What planet you on?
what I'm saying.
Come on. I think I know what tribe you from.
Gaddafi deserved it, bro. Let's let that go.
Oh
Brother.
no, man, no, he does
He
not.
deserved. He
They
deserved
don't
it.
change their stance. They don't change their stance.
He doesn't deserve. He doesn't deserve it,
They
man.
don't change.
Don't
Their
mind
stance
Elvis.
listen.
Whatever America does,
in the
Elvis
House
will
of
agree with.
Representatives in the
It
United
doesn't
States,
matter.
in the
He's
Senate,
just happy to be out of
right? You
Liberia.
got black
Bro.
people, Asian people, Hispanic people, all people from all these people that were getting persecuted at the time or getting their governments. And the reason they were going after their governments, again, you got to remember what it was, is that America had this anti-communism stance. And America was saying, hey,
that was the excuse.
Huh?
That was just a poor excuse.
Okay, but this is the stance it was. And a lot of other groups are going.
Okay, what's the stance now?
But again, now, my point is at the time, it was a time when black people in America didn't have full rights like they have now. It was a time when Spanish people, same thing, Asian people, same thing. Now all these people have these rights and they're in political office all throughout the United States and in the States. And so when things like that happen now, these people are getting the information.
Okay, right.
They know what's
Right.
happening.
So what you're telling me,
the guy that was
so what you're telling me is that you fought for the right
Secretary for the
just to exist as a man. You spend all this time fighting for a right to exist that all men have anyway.
A minute, man. Look, the guy that was the Secretary of Defense of the United States was a black dude, man. At the time when Lumumba, that wasn't even happening like that. So now it's a different time. Not to say that things can repeat, you got to be vigilant. Now, the same train you're saying gets built by the British to get the minerals out, that's the same thing they said the Chinese are doing right now. They're building roads and stuff to get to the minerals to get it to China. It's a similar thing. If someone builds a railroad, by the way, just another side point, if they build a railroad, whenever they get kicked out, because that's what happened to the British, and that's what's going to happen to everybody else at some point, right? You got to maintain that railroad and use it. And I'm just.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. I'm gonna get off, and Dinus knows I got somewhere to be. Sometimes the countries have to take responsibilities for themselves. So a lot of things is happening in Africa is because of the leadership. You have one man. He doesn't listen to anybody that's in his administration. People just hold positions. African presidents are more like kings than they are like presidents.
No.
So just my opinion from the outside looking in.
Depends on the
when I can bribe one man, it's a lot easier than having to bribe a whole Congress and a whole committee. And so that's the reason Africa is not processing, because it's so easy to buy the president off.
No. The reason why we're not progressing is because of the white man. Simple as that. When you
Oh,
get a good
Louis,
one, they
bro,
kill
you
him.
sound so inferior when you say that, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, when you get a good one, they overthrow him. When you get a good one, they kill him. They won't let us be. They've got to be in charge. They're the psychotic bastards.
White man can overthrow African leaders, but African leaders can never overthrow white governments.
You don't
What does
have
that
the
say about
power.
us, man?
But what you can do is get the people behind you. But
We're
unfortunately,
always at their
you buy
mercy,
the Kool-Aid
bro.
of the white man. You buy that Kool-Aid and you think he's going to do right by you. Give me an example where white people have dealt with people of color and done right by them. Give me an example anywhere in the world.
No, it's not about doing right. You just have to
See, now
outsmart
it's
them.
not
You gotta
about being right.
you gotta
Now
be
it's not-
smarter.
Listen, you
And we're
cannot.
not.
I don't care if you could marry them. It doesn't matter.
Lewis,
You
I don't
will be
think
under.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying and kind of what else is saying.
Yeah.
You for you to be able to work with a man and make money and do business with him, you have
Yeah.
to give him a certain level of respect and he has to give you a certain level of respect. If you gonna
Yeah.
go into a negotiation, the first thing come out of my mouth, you my enemy, then get the hell out of
Yeah.
my office.
Yeah. The problem is he
Come
doesn't
on.
respect you. Yeah, I hear you, but the problem is
I
he
don't
respect you.
care, Lewis. If he pays me and he talks to
Yeah.
me in a professional manner and he
Yeah.
pays me on time and I do the work that I'm supposed to do for him on
Yeah.
time, I don't need that
Yeah,
personal
I get
stuff.
you. You're frozen.
Business is not about personal. Business is
Right,
about
listen to
getting
me.
your money and getting it
Right,
done.
because Louis, you probably work for a white company, or probably that owns the white
I
person that
learned.
owns that company. You
Listen
think
to
he
me.
looks at you
I
as an
learned.
enemy? If he
I
did,
learned.
he wouldn't give you a job. He wouldn't pay you your wages or your pensions or whatever you need to live.
Bro, listen. He's brought his people up to a certain level that he has a minimum wage he's got paid him. So who else gonna do it for less? Your black ass.
Oh man, are you
because
making minimum wage in the UK, Louis?
no,
But guys,
Of course not.
let's not minimize the thing to like let's not minimize it to something like our day-to-day interaction with different groups of people. We are talking about nationhood and geopolitics right now. You don't have to bring those kind of like your personal
Okay,
interaction.
we don't go too far away, but I'm telling you,
Zango, you know, there's an African proverb, right? It says, amongst my mother's children, I love myself the best, right? Look, the white man cares about himself first. It's about self-preservation. He's not going to love you more than he loves himself. He doesn't want to uplift your community more than he wants to uplift his home community. So come on.
Yeah, but Louis, most African.
These are men. These are human beings like ourselves. They want to see their group do better. That's why we have tribalism in Africa. We want to see our groups do better. They want their people to prosper more, be more educated, be more successful.
They're not regular
It's
human
normal
beings.
human nature, bro.
You go wrong. Okay?
Yeah, but Louis, most Africans on the continent, they don't have this mindset of self-preservation too. That's why
I know that.
That's why
This
all
one
the
of our
time
problems.
they're always looking for handout from somewhere else.
Right. This is their problem, and white man take full advantage of it. Okay, let's look at the records. The Red Indian, extinct, almost off the face of the earth. The original Black Aborigine, extinct off the face of the earth. The Tasmanian Black Red, killed off the face of the earth. The New Zealand has been bred out, all white. Where else are we gonna go? And you take that record for a start, and then you come to us, and then you want me to come on, brother, please, come on. This is their record. This is what they do. They want to make a spaceship and go to Mars. Let's welcome. Let's encourage them. Get that spaceship. Let them go to Mars. Bye-bye. Don't come back. But I'm not going to make no compromise. There's some good white people, yeah, but they're the ones that the good Lord sends your way just to keep you.
Louis, if you make no compromise, that's where you're going to go to violence. It has to.
My friend, he's a violent man. Hello?
Here's what I'm saying, brother. I don't even have to go to the white man to show what uncompromising positions lead to.
Tell that to the black South Africans today.
Let's go.
Tell that to them when they refuse to fight the man on the battlefield. Look what's happening to them now. And look what happened to the Zimbabwean. He got it out the way, got the fight, he's got his own shit.
Examples of the white folks, right? You named some of them already.
The who?
Hitler's all that, right? But let's just say in Africa.
Hitler is an average white man. Nothing special. That's what they do. That's how they get down.
Let's just say in Africa. And I know the example when I bring this up, it's going to be, oh, the Belgians came and they separated the tribes and they gave the ones with the aquiline nose and the European looking features the power, and that created the division. Okay, cool. But like Elvis said, you have a choice at the end of the day. And a nation is built on individual interactions first. How do people in the society treat each other? How do they think about each other? Right? And if you start from a position of the black man is bad or worse than the white man, or the black man can't be as great as the white man, or the white man, or even your white man, you think the black man can't be as great as you, when back in the 1800s, that's the argument from the 1800s, 1900s, when they were saying, hey, human beings are different. The modern argument now, the modern science says all human beings are the same. That's why you can
No, they're not. No, they're not, my friend.
Hold on one
They are
second.
not.
Hold on 1 second. That's why you can have a kid with an Eskimo, and that kid can have a kid. You can have a kid with an Aborigine from Australia, and that kid can have a kid. We all.
Yeah, but guess what? The Eskimo ain't coming with slavery for 400 years.
1 second.
He ain't doing the IMF so that you don't get nothing. He's not going out of his way to keep you on the bottom by killing your leaders to make sure you never rise up. He ain't doing that. But this man is.
Africans that will leave.
We need to call him out for what he is.
But Lewis, you see, a lot of times, Jay, wait, see, a lot of times, like Jay was saying, you gotta look at even you gotta evaluate the interaction even among ourselves within our society, how we interact with ourselves. It's just going to give you a proper perspective of how we deal with ourselves internationally or within different states.
Yeah.
Even till today, you talk about, they came and slave out. Even till today, we have people in Ghana, we have people in other African countries that are still helping females to go to Middle Eastern countries to do some maid jobs, and they get their asses get enslaved over there. You still have Africans that are going to other countries with the help of other Africans to sort of like recruitment agencies that send them to other countries, and their
The
asses
Arab
getting
ain't your friend neither. The Arab ain't your friend neither.
and their asses
These are
getting
Arab
slit,
bastards.
and
They
their
both
asses getting
enslaved your ass. They both enslaved you. But they ain't our friend.
Going to all countries.
But I'm saying generally, it's people, the recruitment agencies in our respective countries are the ones doing that.
Yeah, because they're trying to eat, they're trying to survive. You know why? Because they killed off your leader that was going to give you the emancipation.
But I'm saying,
and you was left with the scraps.
But I'm saying it's the same thing that happened during slave trade. Those people. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish. Go. I
It's
didn't
the
want to
same
interrupt you.
thing that it did. Most people at that time were selling people so they can get some mirrors and guns and some alcohol. It's the same thing. The paradigm hasn't changed till today. People are still doing the same shit.
Because we're all beings. That's why.
I'm gonna say this part, and then I was talking to somebody else about this. Is travel Africa extensively. He said, "You want to see the white man get treated better than anybody in the world? Let him go to any country in Africa." He said, "If I walk in a restaurant right now as a black man and I ask for a seat, it's gonna be a minute. If a white man walks in the door, he sits right down." So is my 400 years of my past worse than the colonialism that still exists in Africa today? Because I've heard people say they go to Ghana right now. They've been to Ghana. They've been to restaurants. They say, "Well, you got to buy a bottle for 200 CDs, 2,000 CDs to sit at the table." That means just two people. But the white man has no limit on what he. You don't tell a white man what he got to pay. So colonialism.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that one.
I do know. But let me finish my point.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. A lot of things that are happening in Africa are self-imposed, because that white man no longer runs your country, but you still put him on that pedestal.
See, a lot of times, Maximilian. So when you hear people say colonial, man, see, till today, because remember the kids that even back in the days, not everybody had interaction with these colonial masters or something like. It was just some elite group that had access to them. For the most part, most people were just living among themselves, right? And the reason why, I'm just saying, I'm just respond like, and the reason why it still prevails today is today people watch Hollywood movies. They watch, they see difference in the society with respect to
Yeah.
where they stay. And when people see investment, I mean, most Africans in their respective countries, they have relatives that live abroad in the US, Europe. They come, they see the houses they build, they see the cars they drive, the clothes. That's how they can tell that, oh, so those people over there, they are probably more advanced than we are. That's the reality, you know.
Well, here's the reality. And Dinus, I want you to interject. I wish a white man would walk in a restaurant in America in front of a black man.
That reminds me of Chicago.
It's gonna be a problem. A white man stands. If it's between me and a white man walking up to the counter, I'm gonna walk first. I can guarantee you. What they do in Africa. That's why you see African Americans will tear a damn place down if they see a white man getting better treatment than he's getting.
Right. Check this out.
That is the most insulting thing you can do to me, is to put a
Right.
white man before me.
Right.
That white man, when he goes from America, when he goes to America and he walks over there, he sits down like that. He's laughing in the back of his mind. But he knows if he did that in America, it's going to be some problems.
He'd be on the floor. But brother,
Right
hear
there,
me out.
right there.
Hear the funny thing out. When I went to Ghana, right, and I observed one or two of these things there, and I spoke to my uncle. My uncle was a very, very wealthy man. And he travels all over Africa, and he goes to me.
From Kumasi or where?
And he was one of the wealthiest in the country. That's what I'm going to say, right? And basically, he traveled all around Africa. He said to me, believe it or not, Ghana is one of the most unique places in Africa for self-confidence. In other words, the other places, woo, brother, damage has been done on us. You guys went through that. My offices, nobody wants all that. But we've seen you guys come through it with a certain amount of confidence, because you can only beat someone out for so long. For a lot of our people, that's why we want you guys coming back.
Right.
Those of us that want to get up there, because you need a certain attitude.
Right.
You understand? Okay. When I saw white man first time, 1976, he was a hippie guy traveling through our village, and we don't get too much white people coming our part. I'm from a deep part of the Atlantic Kingdom, and I saw this crowd hanging around this Italian guy, his wife, and they got long hippie hair, and I could see the white guy. So I thought, okay, he reminded me of the Jesus pictures. You know the pictures you got of Christ in a big Catholic church. I'm not a Catholic, but we used to see it. They used to come and tell us about God and all that. So I walked by and I see this. I see the white man here. He was cool with us, and I was like, whoa, that's the first time I see a white man. The second time I saw a white man was 1977 when I went to the British Embassy. And I'm looking at this guy like, God damn. Okay, so I went through a complete transformation here. And then I had to learn the hard way, come through. Listen, I've met some good white people. All right. I had a business. I learned my trade from whites. I had a business.
I'm glad you calming down about that now.
Right. Oh, no, yeah, I hear you. Right. Listen, I'm going.
Now we talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going back home to do furniture business, and I'm expecting I'm going to be exporting, and I got business enough. I'm going to be whoever wants to buy it. Most of my customers, when I had a shop here, were English folks, no problem. But when at the end of the day, when you all go back to your corner, you're still that black man. So you got to keep certain basics that keeps you preserved of who you are. Just like your experience in America has made you what you are. You can associate with what I'm saying, but I'm an African guy from Africa, brought up here, but we still got the same experience. So we know we're not speaking about the wrong person.
Thanks for that. And I tell you what, man, if I was making a suggestion to you, man, for what it's worth, life is short, bro. And that's to everybody. That's including me, man. If you got a dream, you can trace that dream, the better. Because if you're doing furniture, especially now, you can sell globally. As a matter of fact, in America, unless Trump's going to change it now, you can export from Africa to the United States duty-free. I forgot the name of the initiative that was signed.
Yeah.
I remember Obama.
I understand.
But
hear me out, brother.
Like
the minute Africans learn how to make good furniture to export, they're going to put the price tag on it.
No, there's some China.
I'm just telling you.
Hey, y'all, I'm going to get an AD. I love y'all, brothers. As one.
Next time, bro.
Let me say one last thing. Anytime that you're in Africa, in Ghana, in Nigeria, anywhere you want to be, when you see a white man sit in a room and an African American walks in, look at his eyes, demeanor will change.
Oh yeah, I know.
He becomes the nicest person. Thank you. Yes,
They
ma'am.
do that.
Or you
Yeah,
go
they
first.
do that when I speak.
So
I hear you.
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
If they think they'll get away with some shit, yes, they will treat you like that. But when you but Africa needs to
Yeah.
get that same mentality African Americans have. You're gonna come here, you're gonna conduct
Yeah.
yourself appropriately, you're gonna pay. If we have
Yep.
diamonds and gold, you're gonna pay us for it.
Yes.
If you want power or gas here, we're not gonna sell y'all oil until you build us a power station. You gotta build it.
Right.
You're gonna build us an
That's why
electrical
we need
dam.
you.
You have to
Yeah.
build it
That's
before
why
you
we
get
need
a
you
truck.
back there. That's why
No
I'm glad.
diamonds, no
Yeah.
gold, no nothing. Until you build a power station and put us some power lines and put us a train through here, you're not getting another diamond out of here. And
Well,
you will be surprised how quickly that damn bridge and that train will get
See,
put in.
we're gonna do that
and also
ourselves and keep them out.
and also I wanted to add this thing. So a lot of times people tend to like skew certain things. Maybe when it comes to like people getting preferential treatment, maybe it's mostly in the tourism business, maybe hotel, restaurant, or something like that. Because when I was in Ghana, I used to sell like jewelry for my mom, and back in the days, we used to see a lot of like Europeans coming there, like
What
white
part
people.
of Ghana you from, bro? I know you're from North.
No, I'm from. I was born and raised in Cove Town, like in the eastern region.
But your people from the North, right?
Yeah, from Oti region area. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, my
Go to
people.
point, though,
Some part of some part of my people are extended in the Togo
Mhm.
area, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, and I'm saying like back in the days when I like my mom, my mom is like a very like a successful like businesswoman as well, right?
Mhm.
When we see like European, I mean, we know them generally. They don't when they come, they don't buy those jewelries, they
Right.
don't buy, So my mom never really pay attention to stuff like that. So it's not just all Ghanaians that are doing. It just depends on the kind of business
Yeah.
where you
Certain
find
people,
yourself.
yeah.
But for some reason, people tend to generalize that aspect of the tourism industry. In other aspect of industry, when they see them passing, ain't nobody giving no freaking
Yeah.
preferential
It's
treatment
just the
because they know
business,
you ain't buying shit. They don't even
Yeah.
pay attention to stuff like that. It's not
Argument.
everywhere. It's not
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
And I
It does differ. It does differ.
and I
Well,
would
that's
actually
I guess what I'm saying is as a European black people. I won't say African Americans. I'm gonna say people
Yeah.
just that grew up with Europeans. We're
Yeah.
very very sensitive to that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, this the worst. It's almost like I go to my house to my brother to eat, and he'll feed my neighbor before he offers to feed me.
so Maximilian.
Yeah, so to me that's personal.
And
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
most humiliating thing in the world when another black man puts a white man in front of you.
I
You of
agree.
course. It's
Maximilian.
Even in Atlanta, when a white man deals with me, we deal professionally. When a brother comes in, even we're on the same level, I'm
Yeah.
gonna give him a little bit more ease. That all right, bro.
Yeah. Of
I'm gonna
course.
give you the deal.
But
Yeah,
The code.
I'm
The
gonna give you
code.
the
It's the
deal.
black code. It's the
But why do
code.
you think why do you think
It's
they do that
code
though?
because
Come on. It's
that's the
brotherhood.
way business works. That's the way
No,
business
no, no.
works.
Yeah.
I think the reason why most people, because
Right.
people back home, they have this poverty mentality. They think,
Yeah. So they're trying to get out there. They see it as a
yeah,
ticket.
they see like maybe the white. I mean, because generally people that come to help to do some
Yeah.
humanitarian work,
That's
it's
it.
mostly the Christian missionaries
Right.
and stuff like
That's
that.
it.
So
And they might give you a scholarship to go and study here and there.
go and
So
study, they give you like 50 euros or something like that, like as a tip.
yeah.
That's how like they do it that way.
You will never meet a white man that's if he's in Ghana, and you got a black man that's to spend his money to come all the way over there. You think for 1 minute that white
Oh,
man
we
loves
know
you more
that.
than that black
No,
man.
but I'm saying
Now
most
they
people
see
over
that.
there, most of people don't know that. Because for me, I had to come here and say,
Yeah.
God damn it, even for someone to give you $50, it's not easy, man.
Listen, the
Max,
black Americans give me more
But
tip here in England
Yeah,
than I
yeah,
do. I get from
exactly. But
anyone else.
most people back home, because of like the media, American
Yeah.
media, and the missionary back home, they see stuff like that. So people are kind of like mentally
They're used
programmed
to
to
that.
think
Yeah.
that way.
you have to. Let me tell you the thing about African Americans. If you got the biggest booth out there and you selling all the hats in Ghana, right? I probably won't buy a hat from you. I'll find that little bitty lady over in the corner is not selling many. We try to bring the smaller things up. We don't gravitate to the larger things, especially not conscious Pan Africans, the ones who are moving back home.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
conscious ones.
I'm not talking about these unconscious niggas. They go to the
Yeah.
biggest
He's
thing they
talking
see.
about the real ones.
The real one,
Well,
yeah.
in that
And
case,
if
let me
somebody's
ask you.
moved is in Africa, he's a very conscious person.
Like in that
Yeah.
case,
Oh yeah.
have
To
you
get
been to
there.
Africa before? Have you been to Africa before?
I've been to Sierra
He's
Leone, but
been here.
I'm gonna be 3 times this year.
Okay, so look, the reason why, because most of the blacks that go over there, they always want something like maybe what's the name of this place? Like the grocery shop like they have in America. What's
Kroger, Publix,
Kroger,
Publix. Yeah, those are two largest ones.
or Walmart or something like they want something
Yeah,
similar
yeah.
to go. They don't want to go to like the open market that most African societies have. They're like, oh man, they don't want to go there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
you say like most African Americans really want to patronize the one that barely have sales, like who are you? Because when you watch like videos on YouTube, some
Mhm.
people complain that they don't have American systems over there, and they really get
Yeah, it's the
frustrated.
haggling. Some of them don't know how to do the haggle.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, it
Well,
takes them
now
longer.
that is the thing about Americans.
Yeah.
If you live there, though, you adapt. You adapt.
If you
Trust me.
if you want to make a black American man,
Start
don't
haggling
play
it.
with me about it. If you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
$10
I don't
for
like
the
that.
if you want $10 for the cup of ice cream, tell me you want $10.
Yeah. Don't be trying to fucking be smart. You're right there, brother. Listen,
Try to get
it's a big
$18
concern.
in. Yeah.
Listen.
What I'm gonna finish this
Yeah,
though.
yeah, but it is
What I think Ghana ought to do, and I think it ought to be a law like it is in America. You have to post your price.
No, man, that is bargaining.
They
It's
do.
not going to change.
all
It's not
What
going to
happens
change.
in the market? They don't do the price. This is the
Yeah,
problem. They need
it's
to
not going to
start doing
change.
it.
That will solve all that.
No,
Yeah.
it's not going to change, man. That's how it's been happening for since time immemorial. If you
Hey,
see,
man,
if you want,
no, stop. A man used to wipe his ass with leaves until he found politicians. Just because
no,
something's been happening,
no,
don't mean
it's
it
not
has to
going to.
continue to happen.
It's not going to change because
Well, it's going. You cannot
Right.
sit here and say
No.
something's not going to change.
I tell you what,
wait.
Zongo, listen.
Right.
Right. Brother, listen, you know when you go to the superstore, right?
Yes.
In Ghana, all the big new super, the prices are up there. It's an international standard. There's no hugging. So slowly it's gonna take time because now we got more African Americans. They're making these complaints. We don't want to lose them because of that. It's gonna change. When I go there, I'm not gonna do the haggling. I'm gonna my price on my furniture. I'm gonna
that's
put my price
that's
on
what
it.
I would do. That's what I would do.
Right. You're gonna think I've imported it. I'm making it in the village and I'll bring it to the city and I hit them with a price, but it's gonna be lower than what they're importing in. So you can get some to buy. I know exactly what you mean. But
put a sign out there, no haggling.
Yeah, see, but a lot of the times, the argument that people are making is that they sell like they have the.
But do you know who's changing the haggling? Sorry, do you know who's changing the haggling habits in Ghana now? The Nigerians.
Let me finish. See, a lot of the times the argument people are making is that
go ahead.
They have foreign prices and they have the local prices, but it's not always the case because a lot of time, okay, maybe in a car because I didn't grow up in a car, so
is that an argument?
Yeah.
No, I mean I hear that. I hear that a lot, right? But if
you know, but that's BS though. You know that, right?
No, I mean, I used to be a salesperson when I was in Ghana, actually, and that's how we sell. You get what I'm saying?
That is not the world standard. That is not how people do business.
No, but if you go to certain countries, they do act that way. You can't change.
It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
No, man, you can't. You can't really change the way people do the transaction.
If you want a foreigner's money, if you want an American's money or a British person's money, that is a turnoff. They will not.
No.
If you haggle with me, I'll walk away from you. I'll just walk away.
It depends on the industry, though. It depends on. I'm saying, like I'm telling you, I used to be a salesperson for my mom in the jewelry store, right?
Okay.
And most of the customers are not even American. So why should I change my ways just to appease you? Well, in the case where if I have most of my customers who are really from the West or from Europe, okay. Even back in the days, my mom, from her experience, even myself included, most people that come from the West, they are very stingy. The people that really buy stuff for us, they are mostly the locals. And from my
how can you say he's more stingy when he has more money? I don't give a damn about a 50-cent coconut. The point is, you're trying to charge me $4 for a coconut.
What I'm saying, I'm saying from experience. I mean, from experience, right?
It's insulting. It ain't the money.
Listen. I say from experience, right?
Okay.
The one that you see him, that you might think might not dress well, they might end up buying more for you that you can even imagine, right? I mean, I'm telling you from my personal experience.
You never tell.
See, even here when I came over here, when I was going to buy my new car here in the US, even at a car dealership, they can fucking do the same bargaining things that they do back in Africa. If you don't know much,
that's only at a car dealership. You don't see that.
Yeah, but if you don't have knowledge about cars,
Yeah.
people are going to scheme. How is that different from how people practice over there back home?
But no, but the car
It's not
dealership
different.
does have the price of the car on the car.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
Let's
but
get to a
but
point.
but, but no, but it, no,
But
that's
let me
a
put it
lie.
like this: if it's $12,000 for a car in America, they're not gonna say $18,000
It's
and
going to
talk
be
to you.
12,000
You can
across the
start at
board.
12 and you can go
No,
down.
but Louis, no, but
You're not
Louis, it's
gonna
not
ever
true.
go up.
No,
You know what I
but yeah,
mean?
yeah, but Louis, it's
Yeah.
not true though. See, I can tell you, like, okay, the car that I bought, right? Different people bought it for different prices at different places. It's not the same.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But
By
you
the
only
same
talking about
mileage,
And,
you get one
you only
new.
talking about a
so
car.
I'm talking
Is the
about
only thing that
I'm
applies to.
talking about a
Uh-huh.
brand
Oh,
new
okay.
car,
Car.
brand new
Oh,
car with like 1 mileage on it or 2 mileage on it. And I did my
okay.
own personal research. If I never knew much about a car before I went there,
Mm-hmm.
the car dealer over there, he would have
With a
scammed my
dump.
ass.
But
If
I
right
you know
swear
now,
to
you
God.
don't get away with that.
hey, but we also
It's
have
a
a place
standard
called
price for new cars.
we have a
He
place
gave me
called CarMax.
he gave me the highest price, and I'm like, damn,
But
what the hell?
but
If I never
you
did research, I never see. I was on internet how to
you
ask guys.
you can go to CarMax. CarMax has
Wait.
one price for everybody.
No, well, I'm
Or you
talking
went to
about
the dealer.
CarMax. They don't
no.
haggle.
I did a research. And asked guys who have actually bought similar cars,
Mhm.
and they gave me an estimate of how they bought the
Mm-hmm.
cars. When I went there, I had an idea about how it's going to cost me. So when I saw prices higher than that, I'm like, nah, man, I knew a friend who bought this car at this price. Why are you selling this thing? They're like, oh, it's a different thing. They're going to find an excuse to kind of maximize the price.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
And
let me
when
say
you
this.
leave,
Let me say this. Most Americans don't buy cars from car dealerships. They do not anymore. Car dealerships are very unpopular now. You can go
Mm-hmm.
online now and buy a car.
Okay. Then go,
And
yeah, go to
It
the
just
competition.
it's the same price.
but
I bought my last car 600 miles away from where I live.
Okay.
yeah, but I mean,
You
I'm talking
don't,
about. So you want to
yeah,
tell
you
me?
don't have to do all that.
Wait. You want to tell me a brand new car you buy it online? You buy a brand new car online, really?
Yes, I would. It's brand new. It's got a warranty. What am I worried about?
From so if let's say you want to buy a BMW, a brand new BMW, how are you going to buy it online? You're going to
I
call the
bought
B.
an Audi A8 2025
Well,
from
they
an
delivered it.
individual. No,
They
I went
delivered
and
it.
got it. They
Oh,
would
okay.
have delivered. I went and bought.
But
I'll
see,
drive around
but
and get it
Louis,
now.
see the same
Yeah.
system is being practiced over there because they're going to tell you if you want to buy a new car, they will say compare the prices,
Uh-huh.
where the price is suitable for you, you go buy it from there.
Oh, yeah.
It's no different from doing the
Yes, it
bargaining
is
thing.
because there's a
If you
posted
if
price on the car.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so check
but
this out.
I'm
Hey,
saying
no, Lewis. Nobody says, "Hey, I have an Audi with no price on it."
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
It's a more developed country. The problem we have in Ghana is that there's too much bargaining on the most basic rubbish. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yes.
Right?
It's
But I'm no
ridiculous,
good at
man.
that. I gotta admit, I'm no good at that.
And let me tell you, let me finish this, and I want to keep interrupting, but as a foreigner, I know how that feels.
Yeah.
Yes, the Ghanaians buy more because they know how to haggle. We don't know how to
Yeah.
haggle. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
mommy, too much, mommy, come on. I'm no tuba, mom. I'm no
Yeah. Yeah.
tuba. I don't know how
No,
to do
brother,
all that.
listen. Listen. Up until the last couple of years, Ghana have been sleeping on the assets, which is tourism. Now, because you guys are coming in numbers, they've had to get their act together. So it will change. It is going to change because those certain people are losing out on the business. Now they don't want to be doing that. I'll tell you what's helping. And this has been a long time. The Nigerian salesperson came to Ghana some time ago and they didn't mess about. They want to make it sell. Ghanaian is selling
How much it
something for
costs?
100
Come on,
CDs,
brother.
right?
This
The
is it.
Nigerian man go and get it. He sell it for 70, 60 CDs. He don't mind making little $5. He sell 5 of them. He makes more than a Ghanaian man. But the Ghanaian man is looking for protection from the government, right?
You know what America?
Starting little wars in the markets. Let's fight. And the Ghanaian man is getting cheated out.
You know what the Nigerian
Open
guy's
the
gonna
market.
do?
Let everybody come in.
You know what that American guy's gonna do with that Nigerian guy? He's gonna say, "Give me one of those. Give me one of those. Give me one of those. Give me," because I already know what it's gonna cost.
He spend more money there.
But see, guys,
I will spend
see,
$150 American dollars.
I
If
get
you
what
tell me
you're
what it
saying.
costs.
A lot of times, maybe the problems that exist in the crowd, you tend to generalize. Because I'm saying, I used to be in that business. My mom used to sell jewelry. She used to go to Togo, Benin to buy those jewelries. At that time, because she was buying it in Africa, it was extremely expensive. It's going to be expensive, undoubtedly. But when she started going to China and going to
You
Dubai
get
to
it
buy her
direct
goods
from the
from,
manufacturers.
you see,
Yeah.
the same price she had like times 20, right?
Of course.
So the prices
because you go indirect from the manufacturers.
exactly. So the prices
Well,
went down tremendously.
Let's not say your grandmama. I don't want to be insulting because that's family. Let's keep it on the business. I don't want to question what she did because that's your grandmama. Because I can say something any kind of way, and that's your grandmama. So I got a grandmama too. So let's just keep it in general.
Okay, in general. Okay.
Because my grandmama did some things in business I probably didn't agree with, but that's your grandmama. So let's keep it on the business side. But I got what you. But come on, brother.
There have been. I don't have.
Hey, Dennis, where are you at?
What I'm saying is that over time, like
it will change.
You can point to haggling in the United States too, and I understand.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I don't go to Walmart and haggle. I don't go to any grocery store anywhere.
Let me finish.
Gas station.
Finish.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's about degrees, right?
Yeah.
All systems we're talking about exist in the United States and in Africa. Like he said, if you go to the supermarket, you can see the price and you buy that price.
Yeah.
If you go buy on the street, they're haggling. Now you can say, is there more haggling in Africa versus the United States? I think we would say yes, right?
Yeah. You didn't have to answer that question. We already know that part.
Will they adjust that system over time? I would argue yes. Not only because people are coming here, but because you have from those countries visiting other countries and seeing.
Yeah, that failed. Let me tell you a little story, right? Behind all this, right? In 19... Go ahead.
Is it better to have a posted price? I would say yes. But you can have a posted price, like you said, with the cars and still haggle over the price. Or
but at least put a price out there so the person feels like he's not getting ripped off.
Yeah, well,
you're
But if the car is new, right? If you go to okay, go ahead, Jerry. Go ahead, Jerry.
You want the posted price because sometimes people feel like when they travel to these countries, essentially people are trying to take advantage of them because they're from somewhere else. Essentially,
they feel like that, or is this what's happening?
Get advantage, right? You know what I mean? So
yes, they are trying to take advantage of us,
right? And so
you can't get off the plane. The first thing come out of their mouth is tea. Everybody know what tea means,
right? And then what it is that the issue of how black people treat other black people, right, in business or whatever, right? Because regardless of who you're dealing with, black, white, whatever, you should treat that person as a human being, like
he's a customer.
Right. Totally agree.
I don't care if you black, white, I don't care what you are. I'm treating you the same way I'll treat everybody else. You see what I'm saying? But I think that's yes, it's in Africa. Yes, it's in the Caribbean. Yes, it's all different places, right? Because
it's our mentality.
But it's also in America too. Now, America, it might not be, again, it's degrees.
It is over here, man. Stop
Let me stop you right there. I've never in America seen a black man charge me more than he would charge a white man. I've never seen that.
How would you know that, though? How would you know that?
Maximilian,
because I know
he knows the price of things. He knows the price of things.
Or they should on the street.
Yeah, but Louis,
let me finish now. I'll let you talk. Let me get this point across. If you want to buy some weed in the hood, it's $10.
Right.
When the white boys come through, it's $35, bro.
Yeah,
or you may not get up out of here.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's what it is. The brother always get, even when you come to the restaurant, you're gonna get an extra piece of chicken. That white man gonna get exactly what he paid for.
Right.
No, yeah. You know why, brother? Less. Yeah, because you're controlling that. So that's what we should be doing with the minerals, right?
Yes.
Well, we get hold of it properly.
Let me clarify that. Let me clarify.
Clarify, Jay. Clarify.
Dealing with it as, does it happen or does it not happen? We all know it happens, right? It's the degree is what I'm dealing with now. You see what I'm saying? You have perspective, for instance, right? If your starting premise is that human beings are different, so a black man, is stupid, say for instance, right?
No, I'm not gonna use that word. I don't. Yeah. Okay.
I'm pointing it out for you specifically. I'm talking about societally. You see what I'm saying? Because we exist in an environment, in a media environment, and all that over history has portrayed blackness in a certain way, right? Going 1800s. Even when we talk about people saying human beings are different and the black man's stupid and all that, go way back. Now science says science is not of that opinion, but that opinion still exists today.
Well, I won't let my oppressor define me. I never let my oppressor define me.
My point is,
The only person that says black people are stupid is the white man. I've never heard nobody else say that.
Let me wrap it.
Let me make this statement. Let me make this statement, Jay. Let me make this statement. Right. Okay, wrap it up. Wrap it up.
And again, I'm not pointing to you or anybody on this panel specifically to do this. I'm saying as a society. And so what I'm saying is that you will find that black people might, some people, if they harbor certain opinions that have been embedded over history of blackness, right? They might harbor or do certain things, not necessarily in sales per se. Not like they're going to rip you off in price, but they might, in a one-to-one basis or whatever, they might interact with you, not necessarily in the most positive way as they might react with a guy that they might think.
And where you live? Where do you live, brother? That I'm speaking with is that Jay?
Yeah.
Where you live at?
In the U.S.
Yeah, you brother. AD.
Yeah,
AD. You broke up. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you can.
You live in the States?
Yeah.
Where does it ever?
Let me just say this thing. I'll say this thing, right? So the thing is, like, if you are like a seller or a retailer or something, whatever you are, if most of your customers are coming from other countries,
a black man can look at your nature, the way you walk, the way you shake my hand. We're just very observant people.
Maximilian, let me make this statement, right? If you're a retailer, right, in Africa, right, and most of your customers, they come from abroad, they come from elsewhere, and they are complaining that this is how they want you to structure your pricing system. I think it kind of make a business decision to kind of like switch your approach to meet their demands, right? It kind of generally good. But on the other hand, if you don't have your customers from those kind of group of people, and most of your customers are really local that really understand the system and they are used to that way of, there's no need for you to actually change your ways, right? And I'll give one example, prime example, right? Because generally most of you guys, when you come from the West, so you think mostly from the Western lens. But the locals, right? Because whatever you have, like the Walmart and all those kind of things that have the pricing system over there, you rarely see even locals going to buy things over there. Because the groceries over there is going to cost more than the open marketplaces. Fact, even if they do bargaining over there, the open marketplaces where there's like for groceries is going to be way cheaper than going to like the Melcoms that have similar standard like the West. This is not even. Go ahead.
But basically, what he's saying, right, is that when you go to like a superstore in Africa, you go to a store that's like a store in the US, in Ghana, that's international standard now. You understand? Most locals don't shop. They'll go there and get their bits and, it's like some special stuff. Now we got them. Before, a couple of years ago, we didn't have them back there. For your average grocery, your tomato, your onion, the best place to buy those places is in the village where they grow it.
It's better. It's a better quality.
Better quality. Well, it's coming straight out the ground. To you paying. I mean, it'd be 3 times cheaper than Accra. Accra come out different. But once you go in the village, now where I come from.
Yeah, but what I mean is like because you have to understand the system, like because like for instance Walmart for groceries, like the tomatoes, onions, everything, whatever they say, it's owned by Walmart, right? But if the open market, you can have like somebody's mom.
Yeah,
her specialization is just selling tomatoes. She's just selling tomatoes. Another person is just selling onion. Another person is selling watermelon, right? So it's kind of specialized. So you have to bargain with each person that you want to buy one, just a single gross. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying if you compare the prices with respect to something similar like Walmart in Ghana, it's way cheaper than that.
Let me say this because I don't know, Lewis. I think he was on last night, right, Lewis?
Yeah. We spoke last night.
So some of y'all may not know I run my own business. So I started with one truck and got a lot of trucks. So the capitalism means is to set you a mold so you can grow. You don't want to always have a food stamp. You can be Walmart in
Walmart.
Ghana. But you have to make a profit. If I keep on doing what if you had a food stand and you've had a food stand for 20 years, something is wrong with your food stand.
Yeah, either you don't want to get up there, or you just
either you're growing or you're dying.
Yeah.
And that's what business is. So
Yeah.
if your local communities always gave you that food stand, you're gonna always have that food stand. But as an American, I know all those American and British people coming in, I'm gonna be right at the airport where my price is posted.
Yeah. So how
then I won't have a food.
Right.
I will buy the land and put everybody else on my food stand.
Right.
You have to grow.
Right. You see, that approach is what we need as we going forward as people. There are people who get it back in Ghana, but unfortunately, those people ain't seen a lot. Someone like Zongo will see it because he knows he's been here now. When he goes back, he's doing that business. He's gonna see. When I go back and I'm making furniture. There's two prices I got. I got wholesale price, okay, and then I got I'm gonna have a shop where I'm gonna sell it to you. You don't know if I'm a wholesaler. You ain't gonna know that. Okay, and then I'm gonna have to do wholesale price for the other people who's from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. If I got people coming in to buying it, I gotta make sure that I'm gonna be sensitive to their markets. Okay, in Africa, unfortunately, in Ghana for a long time, especially with the stuff that was imported in, right? Like Zonke said, his mom went here and bought this back in the 70s. All the stuff coming in from abroad was to get that. It was expensive because the people who used to buy in bulk, they used to hog the stuff for themselves.
Right.
It became so bad. What they do, they hog the stuff for themselves and they wait until people are desperate, then they push the prices up. It got so bad when Rollins came in first, he was famous for going into the markets and whipping the hell out. He pull the women out the soldiers, pull the women out the bar and just whip them. Because they were doing it and making it harmony to government.
But Maximilian, you see, sometimes you can't be really capitalism, because I mean, I get it, you come from the US, I mean, you come with your standard, you're gonna succeed undoubtedly, right? But I'm saying, because some of our people back home, they are used to traditional way of doing that thing, and sometimes out of you just patronizing their business because they are one of your own, you just want to go and buy something for them. They're just not going to get it the way you
keep your local thing going, but they're gonna all have to step up now.
It's like saying here in the US, right? To buy something cheap, you want to go to Walmart, but like this, you have a local person that's also trying to sell something that might be slightly higher than Walmart, but because it's your brother, or you want to buy black, you just go and buy it from buying black.
Well, let me answer this. Yeah, and I'm really gonna get off that. I've said it 20 times, but I'm gonna say a little piece, and I want you to understand this. My grandparents used to work on a farm for a white man. They lived on a farm. He bought the house, and everything they did, they would farm. They call sharecropping. Y'all ever heard of that?
Yeah. That's what we do traditionally.
They would put you on a crop, and when you get through farming, he'd get all the corn and all this stuff up.
Yeah,
and he'd give you the profit of it. But it was never a profit because he was always supplying your food and all that.
Oh, okay.
That's the way they always did it.
Kept you in that thing.
Then my parents went and got a job and they started working for themselves. They didn't live on the crop no more.
Yeah.
Then they had me and they sent us to college. Now I work for myself.
Yeah.
Just because it used to be that way, that means you have to. I am way better than what my grandfather was. That doesn't mean he wasn't a good man.
Yeah, because the situation is
nobody
different.
tells me what to do. Nobody tells me, but they told my grandfather everything to do.
Yeah, of course, that was back then because he was coming from that.
But I still respect my grandfather.
Of course.
And then the last thing I'm gonna leave with y'all, Louis, do you say from Nigeria?
No, Ghana. Ooh, don't mistake the Ghanaian for Nigeria.
Well, let me tell you a joke about Nigerians. Well, in the business, I hated Nigerians when I first got to Atlanta because they were such shrewd business guys. And I was battling with these Nigerian guys. But I was the only one that could really battle with them. And then I took my DNA test and I found out I'm 56% Nigerian. I said, that's why you hated them so much, because you are one of them.
Yeah, listen, you
gotta give them credit.
You can't do business in Africa and ignore Nigeria because there's 230 million of them.
Yeah,
there's only 35 million in Ghana. So when I start manufacturing, I've actually got friends of mine But when I was at college, when one of my mates, the father saw what I was doing and what I was able to make, he actually used to tell my dad, "I'm going to take your son to Abuja." He always used to say that. I've lost touch with him, but in time, that's my big market when I'm doing the manufacturing on a big scale.
I got
You
an
can't
old
ignore
saying.
that market.
We
It's
have
that
a
big.
saying. We have a saying as Black Americans: if your best friend is Nigerian, you don't have a best friend.
Yeah.
If your business partner is Nigerian, you're gonna make a lot of money. And
Yeah, that's it.
that's the way you got to look at it. So,
They give
man, I
me
love y'all, man.
another.
It sure a law of
Yeah,
peace be upon y'all, brother. I appreciate
that's it.
y'all. Hey, Dinus, you still there?
He's probably falling asleep.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
supposed.
Because the thing is,
He's
like,
supposed to be meeting me downstairs in a few minutes.
yeah,
Let me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Call him.
yeah,
He
yeah.
might
Let me
be.
call him. Let me call. He's probably
Yeah,
asleep.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
because I mean,
I
because
love y'all, man, and I'll get
All
back
the
with
best
y'all
next
later.
time.
okay, man, that's because a
Mhm.
lot of time, Louis, because a lot of time people just trying to generalize their own personal experience that they had in Accra, and they want to make
Yeah,
it. No, I mean sometimes there are people living in other regions and other cities, right? And
yeah,
they also trade differently, right? So
yeah,
I mean, ultimately, the best approach for efficiency and even to scale up your production and make more money, of course, you got to put the pricing over there. But the
yeah.
thing is, like, you have like aunties and grannies that are used to their old way of doing that.
Of
Even if
course,
you
yeah.
teach them their old, they're not gonna get it, man.
They
Just
don't. They don't.
allow
Yeah,
them,
yeah.
find their own way, and then sometimes
Yeah.
just go and support them, right? There's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
In the
Market
U.S., they have some.
forces. Market forces will force them to change in a way. But I know what you mean. I'll go patronize the woman selling buffalo. One of my aunties there. She makes
Yeah,
it. Hey, even if he's charging a bit, hey, auntie here.
yeah,
You
but
know.
even you know that over here in
Yeah.
the U.S., I'm sure in the UK they have the same thing. They have something called buying black. What does that
Yeah.
mean, buying black?
Yeah, it used to be very popular. Not so many of us are in business. We're driven out of
Yeah,
business. The high
yeah, but
prices.
buying black, a lot of the time, most of the stuff that black people sell is even higher than going to like this.
Oh, that's famous here.
You
Our
get what I'm
restaurants
saying?
tend
But
to
we,
be more expensive. Hey, you know what? The women make our shit though. They go to Ghana restaurant. Hey, they're going to you.
but even here, even the African restaurants, this is way expensive than regular restaurants that you go to.
If you go to, it's like one of my Jamaican friends said to me one time. I went and bought Ghanaian food. There's a Ghanaian guy who got a place in Peckham. I went up there, bought
Mhm.
some cake one time, and they was, hey, you chopping your food, and they come up and he asked me how much my food. It was no, this one was a rice dish. He asked me how much my rice cost, and I told him. And then he goes to the Jamaican restaurant, and he find out, and he said, we can go to a Chinese restaurant and pick up rice and food for $5. Right, rice with curry, chicken,
You see?
$5. Right, we go to the Jamaican spot, £7. We go to the Ghana spot, £7.50. So my
Exactly.
Jamaican friend went to me, why come black people rice cost more? He couldn't work out,
Yeah.
right? But the way we spice it a certain way, it takes longer to do it and so on, right? And the black man ain't looking to bring it no lower in price.
No, but Louis, sometimes maybe like the people they have their supply chain network, they
Yeah,
get
yeah,
more
it's bigger
cheaper.
than ours. It's bigger
You
than
get what
ours.
I'm saying? So like
Yeah,
you produce more, then you get to
yeah,
sell cheaper.
yeah. It's
Come on. So
production. It's
it depends
production.
on your production level, right? If you put the cost of production influences your
Yep,
price, right?
that's
If you
it.
are
That's it.
producing more and costing you a little less, I mean, you're gonna sell it cheap and just make
Cheap
more
is
money.
it.
But
That's it.
most people are not thinking from that angle. But sometimes we
Plus,
just patronize. Yeah,
plus,
go ahead.
sometimes you can make food for a certain price range. Our people are not inventive enough. Make it so at that price range,
Hmm.
this is how much it's going to be. But abroad, when we come abroad, we tend to be,
But
and
I'm
most of
saying,
the restaurants don't last long.
but
That's
I'm
what I'm
saying a lot of time, most of the people that patronize black businesses is because they do it because it's black.
loyalty.
It's not
Yeah,
because it's affordable
yeah,
for them.
yeah,
Actually, I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
being
yeah.
honest with you.
They
I
couldn't
mean,
afford. You can't
so
afford to eat black food every day. You're mad. Yeah,
so if you can do it over there, why can't you do it back home? I mean, that's the point I'm just
yeah,
saying. You get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it was great. It was great talking to you all,
yeah.
man. That was a good
Yeah,
insight.
that was a good discussion. But back home, one guy went to Ghana recently, right? English guy. He had, I think, £100 to see if he could spend it at Makola Market or so. He spent the whole day buying food. Only spent about £10, $10.
Yeah, but and a lot of time, most people like when they go to Ghana, they live in Accra,
Yeah.
and they're mostly
Listen.
within the tourist areas.
Yo,
Man,
yeah.
they're gonna charge you
They're
high,
gonna
man.
drain you. It's gonna even get worse. Listen, if I'm in Ghana, I'm thinking about you. Well, you know, I'm local. You're local,
Yeah,
right?
man, I'm local, man.
Gee, the only time I spend money is when I buy like a beer or a juice or something, you know, right? But apart from that, man,
Man,
£1.
most of the time, the people complain about price gouging. Yeah, mostly from the West, man. Because I
Yeah,
mean, if you are
after a
really
while they
local,
get
man.
to know. Yeah,
But if you
after a
are really
while,
savvy, but if you actually even grew up in the hood from America, man,
yeah,
you know
you're
how to
gonna
even
know.
compare. You know how to
Yeah,
compare prices. You know how
that's
to
it.
compare. Oh, what is this price? What is that prices? You know.
Listen,
But a
if
lot
you,
of them, they come with a Pan African mindset, and they want to
yeah,
do this, do that. You
listen,
know.
if you, it's like going to a new school. You go to Africa first, and you don't know that particular, but you're gonna get got. You trust not. You
Yeah,
come on.
people, man,
When
people
I,
think they get stuff.
when I walk around, when I first go, right, I speak tree, right, I understand it, but I'm not as sharp as I used to be. So when I first couple of weeks, I take my little niece and nephew with me, and then I let them, then I pay, and then they get to keep the change, all right. But after the tree starts to come back, oh, I'm down. I get to know the prices.
Yeah, but Louis,
Unfortunately, it takes time.
But Louis, you know, even the price gouging, it's not really about speaking the local language. You can back in the days when
Oh,
I used to
yeah,
go to,
you could be
when I used to,
local. They could
no,
sting you with it.
when I
But I
used to
don't
go to
like that.
Accra, I used to be a salesman in Ghana, man. If you are
Uh-huh.
not really from that place, we
Yeah,
can
in the
tell,
area.
man. Yes, even the first time I went to Kumasi, the only way even Kumasi could tell I wasn't from there, I mistakenly used one tree word.
Yeah.
I mean, like for instance, like, the way you pronounce bread in
Uh-huh.
Koftan, we call it like brodo, right? But in
I
Kumasi,
am brutal.
they call it pano in Kumasi. So
Pano or
if you go
Dolphin.
there,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, sorry, Pano, yeah, Pano or
if
Bruto, either
yeah,
one.
if you go there and say brodo, they know, oh, man, you're not from that place, man. They can
Yeah,
tell,
yeah,
man, from your
Pano is
demeanor,
the proper
from
keyword.
the way your expression, like
Yeah, yeah,
regionally, they can
yeah,
tell you are not from that area, and they can,
yeah.
you know how to
They're
like,
gonna,
and especially if you don't know that product very well, man, come
yeah.
on, man, it's not easy,
Oh,
man.
it
So
happens.
you have to be very savvy when it comes to like this bargaining
Yeah,
skills and everything, you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
And the same thing
I know
happened
that.
over here. I have a few friends, like Ghanaians over here, like a lot of us that went to college, they had good jobs. They were buying like buying new cars over here, right?
Mhm.
The one guy, he was very like new. He bought his car. Man, they cheated in the dealers, like the dealership. At the dealership, they cheated him. I didn't like the way they, because the car had some mileage on it,
Mileage,
and
yeah, yeah. You're not an
and
expert on it.
and they still sold it at a very high, like a brand new car to him. And
Yeah,
I
that's a
told him, man,
salesman though.
yeah, and I'm telling man, more see, it happened. If they know you lack knowledge about that particular like
Exactly.
car or the
That's
industry,
how
they're
they
gonna
do it.
exploit you. They're
Me
gonna
personally,
exploit you.
whenever I used to sell furniture before, I couldn't do it to someone I don't really like. But I wouldn't go. There's a limit. There's a limit. You know, if you're
Like,
good, the customer's gonna come back. Trust me. If you're fair, they'll come back.
yeah,
If
yeah,
you're,
yeah.
yeah, because
You're right, man.
eventually
I agree. I
someone's
agree
gonna
with you.
recommend. Yeah, that's how I used to.
Yeah,
That's
I
how
mean,
I used to do.
when I used to be a salesperson, I mean, most of our customers are not really the diaspora Africans. They used to come there all the time, but mostly the
Mhm.
diaspora Africans and the diasporans, they really buy like the local jewelries. We
Yeah.
just sell different kind of like jewelries, and mostly it's the locals that buy it. Even like the diasporan Africans that buy it, they are mostly people of like Ghanaian origin. They just buy it at
Okay.
cheaper over here and go and sell it
That
to their
was
own
back then.
people.
Now, there's quite a large number of them now. I
No, I'm
wish
saying
they
like,
sort out.
but I'm talking in Cove Town though, not in Accra, because in
Oh, I
Accra
see.
there's
That's
a large
way.
number.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That's way out.
in
Way
Cove
out.
Town, yeah.
There's
And I
one
mean,
place I want them to sort out properly, right? It's a disgrace, and that's the art center. They've got to sort that place. Looks terrible.
yeah, man, yeah.
I,
It looks like
No,
shit.
I cringe when I go. I don't even want to take friends there. I'm not even dissing myself. Thinking it hurts me. I gotta put them in the tag and say, okay, you go because come on. Okay, we know we're developing that place, but at least let's have some. I prefer to take them to Kumasi or somewhere. If they're buying it there, we've got. You know what I'm saying? You see the way they've done at Kumasi Market near Dr. Mensa and all that. They've got
Yeah,
second phase of it.
I
We
don't know
need
much
to
of
do
Kumasi.
right. They need to do something like that. The art center? No. Gosh, man, Lord, they look at it. Every time I see on YouTube, I go like this. Yeah. We need to get things sorted out. We're moving too slow. The people inherited it, but you know our people. You know what it's like.
Yeah, man,
We're
you
getting
can't
there, but
really.
it's taking too long.
Yeah. And then if you go there, you try to change there, man, they're not gonna listen to you, man. Like they're gonna think like, man, you think you know everything, you come from the West,
This
man.
is it.
Shut up.
This is what some of our brothers and sisters don't know where in America. When we get frustrated, we're going to tell them, oh, this guy here is too no. See, that's why it's taking me a long time to go back. When I go back now, listen, the place I stay, where is my factory? Is England. It's going to be England. It's going to be like the British Empire. You ain't coming there. You don't know regulations. You don't wear the safety boots. You're not coming nowhere near me unless I approve you're coming there because I'm there to do business. I don't want to come back to England. It's taking me time to work this out. I also work with the guys who do the basket weaving, you know, the furniture.
Yeah, the basketball. Yeah, I know that.
I've actually made a catalog. This is about 17 years ago. Red, white, color catalog. All my designs in it. I put them on the boat. My uncle shipped it for me. Cost about £2,500. So I've done all the reach. I've got all that ready. When I hit home, it's
because timber like this. Because a lot of times, like the timber industries, because back in the days, my understanding was most of the time they only import the timbers. But I do understand. Of course, we have like local carpenters who have like of course, some like the lumbers and the plywood or like
we've sold a lot of them now. We've sold most of them. We've got enough left, but we got to keep preserving it. But the good old days, really, just for export of timber, it's gone. Now, what's left, you can still manufacture with it, right? And then you gotta add in some of the man-made stuff as well, because not everything's solid, you know.
Yeah.
But it's your level of craftsmanship allows you to then do what you can do, you know. But I could make 90% of what's out there. If that timber, I could make it. So I'm going there with that confidence. But I was shocked. I was looking at
Well, the thing is, do you have a local market though? You have a market.
Oh, there's a local market. Listen, I saw a guy on YouTube in Markham, in Melcombe, that Indian store.
Yeah.
And I saw a sideboard. They were selling it for about 300 something pound worth of English money.
Yeah, right? Man. I'm telling you, like those places, man, is way expensive.
Listen, when I first was going, those things didn't exist. I heard that they were existed years ago in Promise time. It went for a while, and then it's my dream. At first, all I can think about is bringing it here, and I don't really. But now the market is so good back home, I can literally concentrate on locally and be fine. I look at the price, I was like, yes, okay, now I know why I waited. Things come around.
Yeah, Jonathan is dead, man. He's probably asleep. He's not responding.
Oh, Don is
man.
I ain't sleep. I'm listening to y'all.
Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, don't joke. He's like that old man sitting there in the corner, like, okay, I'll go my charisma. I'm gonna wait.
Hey, Jonathan, man, it's been a long while. It's been a long time, man.
I know, but I mean, did they ban you like that long ago?
What'd you say?
They banned you like that?
Oh man, yeah, he banned me from his channel, man. I'm like, man, fuck him, man. I'm not
Who's
coming
that?
back. Oh, there was this guy called Kala.
It wasn't Kala. It was French.
Yeah, it was Frenchy. Yeah, it was Frenchy. Yeah, you're right. It was Frenchy.
I think Carla done a show last night. I haven't been able to catch him because I had work. If I got work, it's hard for me to catch him. But I'm off tomorrow, so I might try and get hold of him later on if I don't fall asleep.
Yeah, man, it's very sad, man. I think now this tribalism that we have back home and all this religious misunderstanding, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, let me tell you something.
But the thing is, man, it's gonna be hard.
Ghana's moved on from that tribalism stuff, but
It
can always stir it up.
They stay up sometimes, yeah.
Right, because you know what it is? Lazy politicians.
Yeah, man.
You understand? They lack vision. They got nothing to tell us. I mean, look what's happening recently. You've heard they've just announced, or they've made an arrest warrant for the what do you call it?
The former finance minister, Ken Oforiatta.
Ridiculous. I mean, bro, come on. It's just nonsense. All it is a revenge because they looked at the books of the other guys, right? They didn't bother doing the guy in charge now, the special prosecutor. He didn't bother prosecuting anybody, right, for 8 years. But now that Muhammad is coming, right, he wants to make sure he keeps his job. So he's gonna go after somebody. He goes after Ken Oforiatta. Come on, the IMF went through his books. You don't know better than the IMF. Come on, you don't even have the ability to check. Now you're just wasting people's time because you want to show to the people that you're gonna do something.
No,
How
but
can we
I mean, but it's too early. It's too like it's too early to kind of like
bro?
they say like they just wanted him
You know why? Because he
for
was the main
interview.
guy behind the finance, and he done a good job. I'll put my life on it that they just gonna waste our time. I'll put my neck
No,
on the
no, no,
line.
no, no, no.
I don't
But
think they're gonna find it.
like they stole this money for this cathedral. Come on, man, you can't
No,
support
no,
that.
that's the cover. That's the cover, bro.
Man,
Listen,
the $58 million for empty hole,
cover.
the cathedral, man. Come on, stop.
It's not an empty hole. Once they start building it, right, then you're gonna see. Because don't forget, the foundation is everything when you're building big buildings now.
Are you in support of the cathedral, though? Are you really
Oh
in
yes,
support?
don't forget, I'm in support of that. But what I'm saying is that
Zion, you support the church.
no, I'm in support of the cathedral.
Zion, do you support the $400 million
Oh
church?
man,
No,
come
it's not
on,
400
man.
million. It's not 400 million. Listen, what you
Man,
don't have
Louis,
to remember
man,
is out of
I'm
all the
surprised at you,
things,
man.
out of all the things that he done in 8 years, the only thing they got is the cathedral. Come on, man, because you know they're pulling that
Man,
stone,
come
right,
on, Louis. You man, come on with all your
bro?
energy and vigor, man.
Bro,
You support of the
listen to me.
cathedral?
That's what I'm telling you because I know the
Oh
time wasters
man,
in Ghanaian politics, and NDC
oh
is a
man,
time waster.
I'm
Don't
really
forget
surprised at you,
Rawlings.
man.
Rawlings, who founded NDC, left the NDC when he found out what it was up to.
Man, at this
He left them
point,
15 years before he died.
you want to spend that money to build a church in Ghana? Is
No,
that
it's
what
not
you
a church.
want?
It's not a church. This is the thing. It's a cathedral, and it's going to be a tourist attraction. Don't forget,
That
I just can't say what.
$400 million could be invested to create
It's
so
not
many
400
different
million,
types
brother. It's
of
not 400.
manufacturing
Yeah,
companies.
brother,
Man,
it's not 400 million. It's
Man,
not
you part of the
400
problem,
million.
man. You part of the
You see,
problem. You
one,
live in the West. I used to
yeah,
think that way, man. You part of the problem, man.
right. Listen to me. I drive a tour bus to 3 main churches in England. You know, you want to know how much money those churches pulling, and they're not going for service. This building, the problem with with that project is that it was ill-timed. Me personally, I would have gone for the factories or finished that Accra Kumasi road.
Yeah, man.
Personally,
Come on, man. You can't. I mean,
that's
Jonathan,
what
Jonathan,
saying.
Jonathan, are you in favor of the cathedral, the national
I tell you
cathedral?
why. I tell you why. Right? When you look
Wait,
at it,
No,
let me ask Jonathan.
no,
no, absolutely not.
have you listen, I know why. I know why. You
$400
don't.
million. You could
No,
invest that
it
in a
don't cost that much.
software company and
Man,
came back with some money. You could have did so
Yeah,
much with 400 million,
yeah. No,
300 million, 200 million, 100 million, 50 million. You could have did so much
man,
more.
you
Why
It's
would you
from
do the
100 mil.
Kumasi.
It's
cathedral?
not
Man, you
400
from
mil.
Kumasi.
It's not
See,
400.
listen, Jonathan, listen. He's from Kumasi, right? Even Ashanti King, Dan was begging the government at that time to help, renovate some part of the hospital in Ashanti in Kumasi, and they
But why
never
do you
did
think
nothing. They
why do
never
you
did
think they
nothing
didn't vote
about.
for him?
Oh, you want
They're
to,
the ones who didn't vote for him.
and you want to build cathedral? Man,
Yeah.
come
You
on,
see,
man.
this is where
Man,
this is
sometimes,
where he
man,
went wrong. This is where he
man.
went wrong. The cathedral is a good idea, but this was not the time. If he would have held back on the cathedral and done his first 7, 8 years, right, and used that money to do another project, okay, right, and then introduce it last 2 or 3 years, there's enough momentum. But I think that the church themselves can raise that money
No.
privately in a way. That's
All the
what I'm
stories
confident.
that you're saying, see, all the stories that you're saying, the best way to do the analysis is, our neighboring country, Cote d'Ivoire, they've also built a mega.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Wait. They built something similar. But ask yourself, how much are they making from that kind of mega church they built over there? Nothing. Man,
Well,
stop it, man. At this point, man.
I can't speak for Ivory Coast, but obviously that that was
Man,
done.
who is traveling over there to go and watch that freaking cathedral, man, in Africa? Who
Yeah.
is doing that shit?
Well, this is it. I mean, look.
Even a whole Nkrumah,
No. Listen.
An Nkrumah museum is going to.
Louis,
I know.
Louis, you got to give it up. It was a bad idea.
All right.
Yeah, man. A
It was a
museum
bad
about
idea.
a
To me,
museum
I
about
think
a
the only
museum
way they
about
can
it.
do it,
I'm saying
right?
a museum about Nkrumah is going to attract more money than just
Well, it
damn
did.
church
The
that
one
they're going to.
that he revived it, but it's not. It's the mausoleum. It's very good. It's one of our main attractions.
Of
But we
course,
need
man,
other
'cause
stuff
that's
as
what
well,
people want
man.
to watch, man.
Yeah. But we need other. Don't come here. He ain't gonna do more than what he's done with the Nkrumah legacy. He wants his father's legacy.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean. So he ain't gonna do more than that. But he can't push his father anymore because they were
man, I'm kind of
opposition to his
surprised,
son.
man. Man,
Yeah. Now, look, listen.
yeah,
Let me tell you something.
I don't.
Once he
Louis, you so
becomes
loyal to the
president,
president, you just take bad ideas and be like, no. We gotta defend this idea now. No, Louis.
Yeah, Louis.
Right,
Louis
right.
belongs
Okay,
to that
okay.
okay,
party.
Lewis.
I hear you.
Louis,
I hear
yeah,
you.
Louis is an MPP guy, man. He
Right.
belongs to that
No, no,
party, man.
I'm trying not to be. I'm an communist, so I'm trying not to be. But it's like
You are,
the
man.
about
But
the Yendi the steel mill
but
in
did you
Yendi they got coming.
but do you
You know
benefit
about
from
that?
that party though? If you benefited, that's really understandable.
No, no.
Do you
Look, I tell
benefit?
you,
But why are you
my
supporting them,
cousin.
man?
My cousin is one of the main opposition people in the NDC. He was actually running for the deputy thing. He wanted to get the deputy position in the
Lewis, it's time to
NDC.
be honest. Is
So
your
that
family
will
getting
let
the
you know
cut from this
how well I'm
church?
connected. Huh?
Is your family getting the cut from this church, this
No,
cathedral?
no. We're
Because
not.
I ain't never seen nobody defend the cathedral this much.
No. Look, I don't
Man,
know.
Louis, man,
No,
man.
I don't know
How
if my family was doing insurance because my family's insurance. But I
man,
There
just
we
know,
go.
right?
There we
Okay,
go.
okay.
oh,
Right
okay,
now,
okay.
All right, get your
don't
money,
forget.
Lewis.
So
I
so
support
he's
the church now.
so he's a beneficiary of that, his family at least,
No.
man.
I'll
That's
put it
the
this
only
way.
way that would make sense. That someone would defend that crazy shit.
Of course, man. Of
Listen.
course.
The problem with that thing is that it was ill time. I understand now what he's coming from, but I think he did jump the gun. He should have put more money into that steel factory that's coming up in Yendi, right? But he said it was funded, right? That's going to be funded. Chinese put a lot of money into it, so he didn't need it. And then the aluminium refinery that's coming on board, the one in the Eastern region, that one, he said also he had a Chinese money for that, so he's okay with it. I don't understand. Right from the word go, he said he was going to do that, and it sounded bad.
Do you know how they embezzle money in Ghana, man? I was in Ghana in 2019, man. Even
Uh-huh.
in Cove Town where I came from, if you're a party member
Yeah,
that have some kind of position
yeah.
in the MPP, man, they were living like
No,
Americans. They were driving Range Rovers. See, even Ashanti national chairman, he had Bentley, no, Rolls Royce, man. And
right,
this guy is
right,
the fucking illiterate, man.
right. No. Which one? What's his name?
Wound to me, man. Wound to me.
Wound to me. Listen.
Wound to me
Wound to
had
me.
Rolls Royce, man. That guy was fucking rich, man. Where
Right.
he had his money
Listen.
from,
It wasn't
nobody
because
knows,
of
man.
politics. He was a rich man anyway. You keep forgetting the richest guys are from the Ashanti region anyway.
Yeah, but I'm
I know
saying,
these
but
guys.
come on, about politics made them rich, man. Come on, let's not play that, man. He
Right.
was
Listen.
he was in the UK hustling just like you, man. Come on,
Right.
stop it, man.
Yeah, of course. That's why do you think I want to get back home? You think I'm going there to be poor? You crazy?
Yeah, but if you get
Jonathan
back
is seeing
home,
it in
man,
Nigeria. Some of our people are living high off the hog. The one Ivorian guy told me, right? He said, "It's the African governments that don't have money, but the people have money. You got to know how to get that money." Okay. We haven't had anybody in government for a long time that pulls the money for the sake of the people. That's why I get mad when we don't go into
yeah,
discuss
Jonathan,
industrialization.
see, the cathedral was like, initially was estimated like $400 million, right? And now the
No,
cathedral,
it wasn't.
wait,
Listen, that's
man.
NDC figures. That's
Okay,
not
okay,
no way.
okay, wait.
No.
Okay, now, okay. Now
Mhm.
the cathedral hasn't been built yet, right?
Yeah, because it
Only
was
a,
because they have to
wait.
stop it.
Only a hole has been dug, and it is estimated they expended $58 million for just digging
Yeah.
a hole, foundation hole.
No, it's a foundation. It's not just a hole. Because once you build
Lewis,
it
do
right,
not say yeah like that shit makes sense.
no, listen to me, right? When is the last time you lot built something worldwide that's going to be the most a beautiful
Man, Louis,
structure
man, you
in the
kind of
black
surprised me,
world?
man. I'm
You
surprised,
see,
man.
this is the
Man, you live
problem.
in the UK for that long, man, and you
No,
advocating for
listen.
that.
Right, listen. You know when our former president died,
But
Rawlings died.
all
People
this your
wanted to come and
toughness,
pay their
man. I mean,
respect.
come on,
Right.
man.
Right. Okay. You see that thing you got there, the black star, freedom for justice, and all that. Right. That's a
Yeah.
symbol of black freedom. You know how we got that? The British gave it to us as a present. You know that for independence. So it's a miniature version of the Arch's Triumph, but a black version. And you look at it's almost the. Come on, we need a marble version of that. Right?
Yeah,
We
but
got to
why
update all that.
ware we deviating from the
Yeah,
fact that you
no. Yeah,
you
a
support national
cathedral
cathedral?
complements this thing. You see, black people we
But
think
in Ghana, it's not just only even Christians in Ghana, man. They have Muslims and traditionalists. Why do
right.
you want to build
Listen to me.
to
No,
cathedral,
they're not.
man?
They're not. We're still 60% Christian. If you make a
But why do you want
cathedral,
to do that
you
in a
can get rid of them
democracy?
little churches. You can build all those little churches.
Oh
You know how
man,
much money they're
man,
making them churches?
Jonathan, are you listening to a typical African the way he sounded now?
No.
Yeah.
You see, see, we
The
have
only thing that's shocking me is that he lives in the UK talking
see.
like this. I would think that being from outside the country, you got enough business acumen and realize this is dumb. We
Right.
could use this in so many different ways. But
I know,
you
but
know,
this is his thing. I think, right, what he should do now. He bought the project. You retired now, okay? Go around the world to the Christian world and try and raise money to get it done. If the
Man, you
people don't
have
want to build it,
Muslims, you
he
have
could have just bought
Christians.
Bitcoin and go ahead and made some money or something.
Exactly, man. See,
then he
He
could
could
did
have
it.
did a whole lot.
He could have just
Jonathan,
bought
man,
gold in Ghana itself and got that money.
man. See,
You think
Jonathan,
about it.
man. There are still students in Ghana. They are still learning under trees, man. People,
No,
people have.
come on. Oh, come on,
Man,
brother, come
recently,
on,
wait. Come on, man, stop it, man. Let me make this man. Even recently, there was a viral video.
bro.
A young student had to carry his sister out the back,
Yeah,
and they had.
NDC viral video, please, brother. Have you seen the stem stools? Have you
Man,
have you seen the stem stools he built? Come on, them stem
man,
stools. You got to give him credit for that, man.
Louis, man. How many times have you been in Ghana, man? How many times?
I ain't been since 2016. I went to I
You
went to
haven't been since
I went
2016?
yeah, I went for a funeral.
Man.
You know whose funeral I
Louis.
went to?
Don't be talking, man. Louis, keep
No,
quiet.
you know whose
Louis.
funeral I went to last time I was in
That's
Ghana?
9 years ago, damn near.
Yes. Yeah, but I'm in touch. Don't worry, the technology. I'm in touch.
Yeah,
There's a reason
but
why I haven't gone.
Louis.
There's a reason why. No. I made a promise to myself. I'm not gonna go until I put the roof on my house. I've done that now.
You made a promise to yourself that you're not going back to Ghana.
Louis,
This is my last year in England.
But
God
Louis,
willing. Yeah, go ahead.
I went to elementary school in Ghana. I went to
Okay.
high school in Ghana. I just know I went to university in Ghana, right? But
Which one?
I was in the Eastern region, New Driving Senior High School in Eastern
New
region.
Driving. You went to Koforidua.
Yeah, of course. That's where I grew up, actually, right?
Okay. My house is in what do you call it? Fiakwa. That village.
Oh, okay. Which part? Is it in
the Busu bit? You know the junction where the Busu is.
Yeah, of course.
The Linda door.
Oh yeah. Oh, for real? Oh, okay. Okay.
And then my dad is there Komuhin in Koforidua.
Oh, okay.
And then they are Komuhin in Old Drabbing.
Oh, Old Drabbing. Okay.
Yeah. And then I was last in Ghana for my brother-in-law's funeral. You know JB Dankwa?
Yeah, I heard about his death, right? Yeah.
He's my in-law. So
it was like an MP or something that died, right? He was.
Yeah. His granddad was the late JB Dankwa, opposition.
Yeah, so you really have people like him. You see my name, Zango name, man. I'm from the Zango, man. I'm from the hood, man. That's who I am. So you know I'm not gonna back you up, man. You know damn well I'm not gonna back you.
Listen, I support you. If JB was here, that thingy cathedral would not have come up.
Hey, Jonathan, my people ain't got no political connection. We didn't know nothing, man. I did petroleum engineering when I went to Baga. They told me, they told me if I knew someone in higher authority, they're gonna give me a job. I knew nobody. That's why.
Joking.
That's why I find myself in the U.S. Right. So come on, man. So you can tell we are not on the same level.
I'm gonna hook you up. I'm gonna hook you up.
Nah.
No,
I'm not gonna. Nah, I'm not. We're not gonna be.
You trying to give him a job at that damn cathedral? Calm down.
I can hook you.
He's in oil.
But I'm saying.
Oil. But listen. You remember who was the head of the boss company when Mahama was in power last time? You remember the guy who was the head of the boss company?
No, the bulk oil.
Right, okay, look him up and look at my surname.
Hey, Jonathan, you remember bulk oil storage, right? We did that revision, right, about like downstream oil sector. Yeah, man. So that's it, man. So I mean, it kind of makes sense why you support the cathedral because you are really out of touch with the people, the grassroots people, man. Louis, man.
But it's not about the country as a whole, brother.
But all this toughness that you be speaking about, going up and fighting, man. To fight for what? To build a cathedral?
Because man. No. I'll tell you why, Jonathan. Because living in England, there's one or two things you see from the top that you don't always see when you're down here. It's a balance. I understand where he's come from. The problem is you can't put the horse before, you got to put the horse before the cart. You can't put the cart before the horse. You got to industrialize the country to a particular level. Then you bring that. You should have kept that in the background against the PR. Right? And then you should have been. That's what I'm telling you. If JB was around, that thing would never been announced until they get to a certain level. So I know them.
Is that cathedral going to be bigger than the largest cathedral in England or in the UK?
I think it's going to be big. Oh yeah, if they build it, it's bigger. By
That
size,
doesn't make any
it's bigger.
sense.
Huh? Of course it does. You
That
do you know
doesn't
how
make
many?
any sense.
It
You're
does.
going
I
to
tell you
build a more expensive, more bigger
no.
cathedral,
Right. Listen.
and then compare it to an industrialized country.
Listen to me very carefully, okay? Do you know how much money Negroes waste paying tithes every week? Do you know how much money? Bro, we're going to bring that money back. We're going to get it back.
Wait, but Lewis, it's not going anywhere because the people that live there pay tithes to the churches that are currently there. You're just building another church now.
Miller,
No. It's going to be a total. It's going to be.
All the manufacturing companies that Nkrumah built, man, they destroyed.
They're still shut down. They ain't opened them.
You know, so it's not about building it. It's about Ghana. Even when I was in school, we read about we don't have. I mean, and I'm sure it's most African countries. We don't have the culture of maintaining our stuffs that we build, infrastructures and everything, right? I mean, enough about just building, spending huge sums of money to build it, but over time, man, trust me, it's gonna be in shambles, man. We know that. You know that. I know that.
Have you seen the recent roads they've been building? After 2 weeks after they open the road, the dust on the damn road. Not even a single dust car out there to clean it.
Yeah, you gotta give it 9 months.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing, and also like when you look at a budget, man, even we don't have enough money to be able to embark on more developmental projects within our budget that we have.
Okay, why are you voting for this man then? Well, I mean, what's he gonna do? We got the money there. We got the money there. You just have to.
I'm saying you are supporting for this cathedral nonsense, and we don't even have money to fund a lot of our developmental projects that we have. Come on, man. Sometimes we have to man, Louis. Sometimes we have to prioritize the basics, man. Because if you're building these churches, you are sending a wrong signal to these kids growing up, man. Come on.
That's what I'm saying.
You live in the UK. You live in the UK. A kid growing up in the UK, do you see them here talking about churches all the time? In the US, who speaks about church all the time in the US?
No, because they develop. They don't give a damn about God now.
Come on.
Listen to me. Listen. Right? I know where the president is coming from. Okay, you're gonna service several industries once you build this thing.
No, the president knows
we've already committed. Right?
No, the president knows that.
Lewis,
he knows that. No,
Lewis, you can support Nana Adel Akuf, whatever his name is, and you can still disagree. The church is just a bad idea.
On this one, it wasn't because you haven't.
No, it's not that he did it too soon. Just shouldn't do it at all.
Hey, Jonathan, man, Nana was a very brutal than even Kufo. Kufo come from the Ashanti region. You know, typical Ashanti
I don't like Kufo, man. I never like Kufo.
But he's actually your people. He's way better than Akufo-Addo, man. I mean, Akufo-Addo isn't man. Ashantis are a little better than these Achim guys, man. Akufo-Addo's regime, man. What a man. Akufo-Addo's regime. If you are in his party and you dare criticize him, you know how they did to this guy from the New York. What is his name? Mayor Adams. Criticizing Biden's administration, you know how they did to him, man. Laid all sort of like accusation against him. They wanted to jail him. That's how Nana was like. If you criticize him,
who did he jail? He was too soft.
But he didn't kill man. Even in his party, man. Wait. Let me make this statement. When there was the former minister of information mistakenly criticized the former finance minister. He was changed from that position. He was changed. Yes. Mustafa Hamid mistakenly criticized him about a free education because he made an error. Right? Oferiata went to a radio station and he made an error about a free education system. And Mustafa just made the statement of the political party saying that what Oferiata said was actually not the party's position. And guess what happened to Mustafa? He was changed.
Well, he swapped him around.
Yes, because he was the cousin of the president.
Yes, I know. But listen. Was Mustafa the guy from the northern region?
Yeah,
he was quite good. I used to like that guy. I didn't see him.
He was very. That's why he was changed, man.
He was one of them. I was wondering what happened to that guy. That guy was good.
Yeah. He was really good, man. He was changed. He was saying to.
He was a friend of JB. I remember he was a friend of JB.
Yeah, he was the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority. He was
Okay.
changed to that
Yeah.
position. So that's how it kind of happened to him. So you can't really support Akufo-Addo, man.
But listen. You know, you took a long time to get in that position. So I think, and you know, the free HSS was one of his main flag thing. So maybe he was just probably personal about it. It was like, you know, elders, how they teach the youngest. You know.
Yeah, but you know, like the politicians, they know most of us because I mean, Jonathan, man, you know, like you live in Nigeria, so you know that most of them is either they are Christians or Muslims. So the leadership, man, they're gonna build some church for you, and they tell you to kind of influence you Christian votes. Man, at the end of the day, most Africans are either Christians or Muslims or some. I mean, you don't even talk about traditionalists, man, because if you want to go that route, you might probably end up losing your election because the Christians are gonna vote your ass out.
Well,
right?
I mean, basically, people are saying one of the reasons why he lost is because the people in the Shanti Sea region saw this. And you know how people don't catch the vision, like you said, you're not down locals, and they get sat down, they didn't bother voting, and then he lost, you know, he couldn't continue because now, but Muhammad is going to end up taking the credit. He's the one who's going to be opening the Accra Kumasi roads, and he's going to be doing all that. This is the loss that comes with the territory. Listen, you're not going to get everything right in government.
Yeah, of course.
If I have to look at what we had before and all that, I could live with the Akufo-Addo thing. I'm just.
Yeah, man, Akufo was a little better, man. Akufo was a little better, man.
Before, but he took us to help. You know, when Akufo came in, right? You remember Ghana International? Ghana International, you know, the airways became Ghana International after a while, yeah?
Oh, really?
They were
I didn't know
flying.
about it.
I was watching them. They were flying. I was going Ghana a lot that time. They were flying regularly, non-stop. For 2 years, they never missed a flight. That's how efficient they were.
Man, Michael Blackson he spent $1.2 million in Euro bonds, and his money got scammed, man. The finance
No. He
minister
gave
did
his money
that.
back.
He got scammed. He got scammed.
He's just moaning.
He got scammed, man. Watch his interview. Watch his interview with
Who scammed? He's just looking for headlines, man. To hell with it.
man. Watch his interview with man. You see the problem with Africans, man. Okay, man.
Who scammed him? No one scammed him.
Hey, Dennis, you listen to this Louis guy acting tough, this Black Americans.
I'm gonna do a show on that Michael Blackson thing tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of time he speak tough on these Congolese people, but he doesn't want to speak tough on his own people. You see?
No.
That's the problem with these Negroes, man.
Come on, you know, as a Ghanaian, you know that if you're going back home, you've been in this country a while, you got a couple of money. Hey, I broke your burger or here. They're gonna follow you and they're gonna try and see you to get a little shit. Not off me. When I'm back down there, you don't get near me. Before you can do that shit. Blackson,
the party that you're supporting, just watch his interview. Blackson did an interview.
I don't follow any particular party. I just
But Lewis, you haven't been there in 9 years.
I'm in touch. I know what's going on in the ground. Shit, nigga, I'm sending money back home for funeral.
He did an interview. He did an interview with Vlad saying he built a school for these poor kids in this.
He did. It's nice school. The nice school.
And he wanted to spend money in bonds so that he can use the interest to help, maintain and sustain that institution that he built to train local poor Ghanaian people.
Mm-hmm.
And look at what they did to him. They took all his money to pay some Chinese debt that they had already.
No, listen.
Man.
He made bad investment. That's down to you.
That's what happened. That's what happened. The government.
Come on, that is, you know. Right, you know that going up and down in Africa, you gonna build a school that's on you. The only way you can do it, make it a private school, charge. Don't go do charity in Africa, bro. Don't do it. That's what I'm gonna say. Do not do. If you want to help Africa, do business.
But it's not about that. He said he invested in Euro bonds. It's like almost like buying the bonds in the American Treasury.
Why do you just buy gold? Why don't you just buy gold? He made a bad investment. Buy gold or build real estate. That's what's kicking.
What are you talking about, man? People invest in
real estate.
Bonds,
listen. Treasury bonds and all that for the regular folk. Listen to me, right?
Man, it is for the regular folks.
Right.
What are you talking about?
If you want to make money in Africa, right now, you go on YouTube. Next time you go there, Johnny, check this out. Some nice big real estate been built by some Egyptians down there, right? And a couple of Arab people. They are selling the flats off plan before they started digging the ground. They broke ground now. Before they started doing that, they were selling this flat for £150,000 in Osuna Accra right there. That's what John Braxton should be doing. Why are these Negro black people doing this?
Man, stop it, man. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in what you're saying, man.
No, listen, there's no time for things.
He's helping poor people that don't have access.
Ghanaians are not, listen, Ghanaians ain't poor.
What you saying?
We don't need charity.
Man, Jonathan, you just heard this guy saying he's connected with big politicians in Ghana.
Yeah,
and you
listen
listen to his tone, right?
But
So
listen to me.
talk, right?
They do business. They don't do charity, bro. Ain't no charity. Listen, you can't go back to Ghana doing charity. No.
Man. I come from the hood.
But this one lives high off the hog, so of course he's not going to have the pain of the rest of the country.
No,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
Listen,
And these are the guys that come on your platform trying to act like they're Pan-Africans, man.
Bro. No. Listen. No, this is what I know. Listen to me. I know the reality.
I don't want to hear another complaint about Paul Kagame. Not from you.
Black Americans should be listening to me because in Ghana, I come from the hood, man. When Dennis went to Nima in Ghana, I saw myself in Nima, man, because that's where my people grew up from, man.
Listen, we know this story.
We came from the hood in Ghana, right?
Right. It's a balance. If you go around Pan-African, listen, they get the
but I see you on the first platform always talking tough to these Congolese.
Yeah, I do talk tough, right? Because it is that. But with the toughness,
why aren't you tough on these politicians in Ghana then, man?
Because if I get through to them, there won't be one left. Most of them are corrupt, no good, they got no vision, they just using Ghana to make money. In politics, you can make money. It's not illegal.
That means you should be talking about the ones in Ghana the most, because you're from there.
I should be, but you know why I don't? You know why I don't? Right? You know why?
Because it's easy to talk shit about Congo and Paul Kagame.
I got family who are too. I've been away for 9 years.
It's easy to talk about Black Americans.
No, but I've been away for 9 years.
He was speaking shit about FBAs right now. He was speaking shit about FBAs.
Yeah, saying that they were FBI, getting paid.
Yeah, but I know about FBI. I know that.
How we know you're not getting paid by the Ghanaian government to defend this church?
You think I'd be living in England if I was getting paid?
Yes.
Listen, I ain't seen the sun for 3 months.
Man,
you think I'd be living here if I was
next
getting
time,
paid?
man.
You're getting cathedral royalties right now.
Man, a lot of these Africans, man, they come on this platform and they are highly connected with this, politicians that control this continent, and they speak as though they are the spokesperson of these people, the poor people back home.
No, No, listen. Once
Louis,
I got
man, you gotta stop it, man. You gotta stop it. Don't be always throwing dirt in these eyes of these Americans. Don't do that.
No, I'm not throwing dirt. That's in the eye. I look at what the figures are. All right. I look at for those administration. I look at the ones before, and I look at the ones coming, and I know what devil I'd rather live with. You understand? All this posturing about Kufuor, this and that. Hey, they're just wasting your time. It's just political vengeance because they got nothing better to do in government. He's lucky to be in government. It's only because those people didn't turn up to vote for him because they were frustrated with this cathedral shit and everything else. So that's how he got.
Do you know what the former special prosecutor spoke about him?
He's a useless asshole. He's a wanker.
He said Akufo-Addo
he's
the mother serpent of corruption. Man.
Rubbish. Listen, let me tell you,
this guy's
he's a perfect example of what you do in Africa if you want to look like you're doing something. He was in power for how long? Who have you prosecuted?
I'm saying the former one, not the current one. The former.
He was even worse. He was from the opposition party. He actually said he's not going to prosecute anybody from the NDC because he was an MDC member. Why did Akufo-Addo appoint him?
That's a lie.
Why the hell are you doing that for? The guy is your enemy. And you're putting him there like he's going to prosecute Mahama. He ain't going to do that. Muhammad's situation is going to come when the Airbus scandal comes, when Trump looks through the paperwork and he realized money went through America without tax being paid. That's when he's going to be exposed.
Can you believe that, man? That man stayed in country for 8 years and he wasn't jailed, man. Like, what are you talking about?
Right, let me tell you something about Ghana. Okay, you know what's killing Ghana? Okay, brother,
I'm
Longo,
listening
you
to
know
you.
what's killing Ghana?
The issue
To
you
what
have
I
is
am.
you are affiliated to a political party, so you can't be
No, I'm
honest.
not.
I don't.
I'm
I don't
not.
follow
I'm
none of
not.
these
I'm not.
parties, man.
I'm not. I don't listen. I'm old CPP. Old CPP. We don't. We're not in power.
No,
Okay.
man, you are
I'll
not
give.
CPP, man.
Right.
CPP
Okay.
is
Let
the
me tell
former
you.
president, man.
All right. Let me tell you what's killing Ghana at the moment, and it's going to be killing Ghana. It's been killing Ghana for some time, and that's our Achilles heels: lodge membership and Freemasonry. Listen to me very carefully. If you don't hear nothing from me, listen to what I'm telling you. Lodge membership and Freemasonry is what's killing Ghana. Okay, now I'll leave that.
Not a $400 million cathedral.
There's no $400 million of crying out
Yes,
loud.
it is.
Look, listen, it's on hold. We don't build it yet, right?
It ain't on hold.
We can
The
raise
money is
money
being
from.
siphoned away at the moment.
Hey,
Right?
man,
No,
you know
the money
what?
it's been put on hold because of the what you call it, the IMF thing. But you know
Hey,
that's been paid off
hey,
anyway.
hey, 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 Jonathan, man. See, you know what? See, man, these African leaders, man. Some of them really do not care about their people, man. They're a bunch of corrupt people, man. Like, trust me,
Fact,
man.
fact.
Even recently, man, including your party that you like very much, right?
Okay, but I haven't seen no evidence of that. If I see
There's
that,
this
I'll put my
lady.
hand up.
See, hold on. See, we have this scheme in Ghana called the national
I'm sure. I don't know
no
how
no
that
no
works.
no no national
Healthcare?
national service scheme, right? Like
Yeah.
if you graduate from Ghana, you have to save the nation for a year before you can, start working or even get a governmental position. I'm
That's
sure.
for university graduates, right?
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure you never did that. I did that. I went to Ghana and do
No,
that.
I
I did
left. I understand. I understand.
that. So, so you can't run for a
What did you
political.
do?
Man, they posted me to some crazy place, but I don't want to even talk about it, man.
What did you do? Tell us.
I mean, I work in the National Schools Inspectorate Authority. They kind of inspect like pre-tertiary schools in Ghana.
Oh,
Pretty
okay.
much, yeah, yeah. So I was pretty much an intern over there. Has
Uh-huh.
nothing related to what I studied actually. But what
Uh-huh.
the point I'm trying to say is that, and mostly Jonathan, man, if the time that I was working over there, guess how much they were paying people, the personnel's 500 Ghana cities a month. How much is it?
How much is that? In the
Man,
500?
it's not even close to
That's £5 or
40.
something.
It's not even close to $40, man.
A
But I
month.
heard even yes, man. That's how I was spending more than how much I was making, man. I'm telling you this, and I'm saying even now they pay them like 700 Ghana cities, right? And some people were complaining in the past that they weren't even getting their payments, even 125 Ghana. That's not even close to $10 a month. And the new administration came in. They
That's not
discovered that.
corruption. They get
Wait,
money
wait,
in
wait,
their
wait, wait, wait,
system.
wait. The new administration came in. They discovered that the one who was in charge of that scheme had over, I think, about 80,000 ghost names over there. So they were taking that money and take and see
Bro. Come on.
and Jonathan,
How
that lady
long?
in charge. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. That lady in charge of that scheme, she
Yeah.
was wearing a $500,000 watch.
Yeah, well, that's how
What?
she's getting their money.
I swear to God, man, I'm telling you this.
Right. What party
Lewis,
was
do
she
you
in?
support that? Lewis,
Of
as a
course I do.
Pan
What party
African, do
was
you
she in?
support
Right. What party was she in?
your party?
Man, the
No,
MPP party, man.
Oh, come on, bro. Look, I
Oh
ain't got time for
man,
that. Listen to me. Listen. Muhammad is the richest man in Ghana. You know that. Tell us, tell us about, tell us, tell us about his you know where in Dubai they got those islands, man-made islands with the branches. Well, you ever seen that in Dubai? They got this
man. I
man-made
mean,
island,
that was
right?
an MPP. See, I'm not
Right,
a. I don't support
right.
any
If you
political party.
now you go now you don't know
Man,
about it.
let me just be
Right?
honest with you,
Now
man.
you don't,
Wait, see. I don't
bro.
support any political
Listen,
party. Wait, see, let me just
listen.
be honest with you. See, I'm just gonna
You
be
can
honest.
ring up Dubai. You can ring up the Dubai
Man,
embassy and find this out.
see, I'm not saying I'm not.
That's where most of Ghana's money is gone under NDC.
Yeah, but I'm
That's
saying
where
the opposition party at that time when they were stealing. I mean,
they're
you know
all
the
things. But I
wait. Do you
haven't
know?
seen much
Wait,
evidence for NPP.
man. I watched the evidence, man. Look, see, sometimes I deal with data, man. Do you know even the past government they took the country, they took a loan. The amount of loan that they took, it was it was more than the previous administrations took, even since Nkrumah's time.
Of course, you can't compare Nkrumah's administration to what?
No. I'm saying the argument I'm trying to make is that the loans that was taken by previous government to Muhammad left office, what the previous administration took far more exceed that what past government has taken over the years to Muhammad's time. I'm telling you that you got to.
Okay. What did they do with it? The question is not how much you borrow, is what you do with it. And are you in debt? They are not in debt. This is the problem that Muhammad's got.
So
he took us to IMF without any external.
I don't want to argue about politics, man. In Ghana, man.
I know, but he just took us there. The thing is, Muhammad.
I don't want to do that, man.
Well, okay, tell us about the Wyoming incident.
Man,
you remember the time when Kufuor was there, they building the stadiums?
No, the past government, Muhammad's administration at that time, they stole money. I'm not going to deny that fact, right?
They're all. I'm saying with them, they're blatant. They don't even try and clean. They don't even
you guys, your people, they stole.
No, they're not my people.
Much.
No.
You say you have.
Okay, tell us
have
what
family. You say you have family members that are connected to those parties.
Yeah.
You know that, man.
Both sides. No, I don't.
Man,
I don't listen.
Man, I don't support nobody. I don't support nobody. I didn't benefit nothing from it, man.
Thank you.
Man.
Right. If you see me here still in England with grey hair, that means I have not benefited from it. I'm just telling you what I've done. Right?
That's a lie.
I make sure I go back home with my own money, with my own machine. I haven't asked nobody for nothing.
Your uncle is the chief. Your uncle is the chief. Your family member is the chief. You can get a free land. I'm not gonna get a free land. You get a free land.
Who told you I got free land?
You're gonna get a free land, man. The chief has land, man.
Listen,
man. Stop it, man.
My dad bought the land I'm going on, my mom's land, right? He bought it in 1985. Okay, my mom died. I went back to Ghana. I didn't tell him I was coming. I just went to Accra. I got my uncle's 4x4. Driver took us down there. Early morning, come 6 o'clock when the sun is coming out, 7 o'clock. I just turned up. They were like, oh, my uncle had polio at the time in his leg. He couldn't even move properly. I looked at the land. I forgot about this land. I forgot how beautiful. The eastern region is really pretty. Once you're driving up.
It is. Yeah.
Oh, man, I thought, my God, no African person should be complaining about God is cursing them. No way. Right? I said, and then I realized I got land there. And I told my uncle, I'm going to build this place. Luckily, he was able to see the house just before we put the roof on. So I know he was happy because he thought that we're going to forget about my mom's side of the family, because my mom's side of the family don't have my dad's side, they're quite well to do. And I got a brother who's a professor. When he comes back from that, he doesn't stay there. He just goes to the other rich side. I go where the poor people are.
Man, I don't know why you even support a former finance minister. Man, this man owned a data bank and he took all the money.
Bro. If you find any wrongdoing, I'll be the one to chop his head off. If you find it, come to me, and I will administer the chopping of the head.
Hey, Jonathan, man, I listen, man. So a lot of the Africans that do come on this platform, you gotta understand, not all of them are the same on the same level. Some people, they have their grandfathers who are the chiefs. They can go back home and get some free land.
I'm not
Zongo, I have figured this out a while ago. You might be the only one from the hood. Mike connected, Alfredamus connected,
right? No.
Lewis is connected, Preachy's connected. Now it makes sense why y'all are the way y'all are.
So when you tell me to go back to Africa, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
No. Listen, we need you in Africa, right? You got to make it good. Look where Nkrumah.
You got to be there. Don't say we need you, but you're not there. You gotta greet us.
I got one more year. I might not even last. I'm back. Listen, when I'm back there, right? I'm gonna. When I'm on my land, I'm gonna call the Dynasty show, the Color Genesis show, so you all can see with your naked eye. I'm here, right? And when I started
in your mansion,
in my mansion,
man,
right?
I grew up in the hood.
Yeah, your mansion.
Right, in a village, right next to the poor people, where the cocoa is. Right?
Oh, that's just wrong. A mansion in the village around poor people.
Hey, Jonathan, man. Ask Louis how did he get to go to UK, man? Who brought him to UK?
And that's none of your business. I came to the UK.
Oh wow!
It don't matter. I swam. I could swam here. You don't know.
Hey,
Zongo had to work his way up to the United States. You had a direct flight.
I had a school, man. If I never had a college admission, I wouldn't be in the US, man.
Listen, there are two ways. There are two ways you can come to Europe. You can walk to Europe, or you can fly.
You didn't walk.
I flew.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You have money to fly to Europe. It costs way more money to fly to Europe from Africa than it costs to go from Europe to Africa. You got money.
You know when Rome
I
came
had a
in,
college
right?
admission to come to the US, man. Man, Louis, man, next time don't be acting that you represent the whole of Africans, man. Stop doing
No,
that, man.
no, listen. I'm a passionate African
You
man.
come from a privileged background in Africa, man.
No, I don't
And
come
you
from
the
a privileged
guys
background.
always coming on this platform acting tough, like you better than
I'm
African
tough.
Americans. There's
Listen,
no
it takes.
African that come from the hood who's gonna speak down on African Americans in America, man. It's not gonna happen,
I
man.
don't speak
That's a
down on
freaking
African
lie.
American. I don't speak down on African American.
But most of the Africans that do that, most of them they come from privileged background.
No, right. Listen to me. Listen to me. I've never, if I've spoken down on African Americans, you correct me. I've never done that. Right. And if
You
I've
did
come over
call our
that way,
FBA brothers and
right?
sisters
But I've got no time. I've got no
FBI
time.
assets.
Yeah.
So.
I've got no time for no Tariq Nasheed and Adolf bullshit. I don't want to hear it. That's across the board, right? If I see Africans
Right.
going to
So
come,
your family brought you to UK, right? Right or wrong? Your family
my
brought you
dad
to
brought
UK.
me here.
Yeah. So it's easy, you see?
Right? No. Listen. It ain't like
Must
that.
be nice, Lewis. I wish my
Yeah.
family could have brought me to Africa. I had to work my ass off to get to where I am.
But I'm about to work. I'm about to work.
So Louis, man, you're privileged, man.
Yeah.
Just
I ain't. Look, listen,
man, just admit
right?
it, man. You want to
Listen.
pretend you
Right?
want to
No,
speak
it's not.
against Congolese people, speak against
No,
the
I'm not.
Rwandese for being tough, but you're speaking from a privileged background. Hey
No.
guys, you guys,
Listen.
next time anybody that tells you to go to war, tell them to take the lead first, man.
No. Look. Listen, right? Everybody in Ghana knows how I get down, right? I do my bit, right? Where I got to do, and I adjust, and I do what I got to do to keep going. But I'm in a struggle like you.
Hey,
Okay.
Jonathan, do you know how
Okay, I
Nkrumah
can
came
make
to
a
the
few
US?
phone calls, but that's about it.
Let me speak. Hey, Jonathan, do you know how Nkrumah got to the US when you read about his biography, man? You know he had to get in the ship, like how you see most people go to
Yeah,
Europe
he went to
sometimes.
Nigeria.
Yeah, he got on
He
the
did
ship.
get a scholarship, though. He did get a scholarship, though, there, bro.
Yeah, but that's how you find his ass all the way to the US, right?
Yeah.
So that's why you see the spirit in him, man, because he came from nothing, right?
Yeah.
A lot of this
That's what
leadership
I'm
that you
telling you.
see
I
them.
came from nothing.
Yeah,
You
a
don't
lot
No,
of
know nothing about
Lewis.
me.
Don't lie like that, Lewis.
No. What happened is
You
that
you
certain
probably
things
got
come through.
gold slippers over there right now.
Listen. Let me tell you something. It takes people from all backgrounds to. But the main thing is that you understand the struggle. Once you get the struggle, you understand your people. It actually helps if you've come from a kingly background because you know
That's
how to
not true
lead.
though, Lewis.
No,
Because
you don't always have to come
you
from
got
the
to
hood, bro.
You got to understand the struggle, but we're not going to understand the struggle if in your house y'all drinking from glass water, and in my
No,
house we're still drinking from the faucet. It's not the
no,
same thing.
bro. Listen,
You clearly had
when it
glass
comes down,
bottles.
right? Let me give you
You
a
had
little.
Pellegrino in your house.
No, hear me out. Let me give you an example.
Go ahead, Lewis. Then we got to close out. Go ahead, Lewis.
Right. When I was a kid, right?
Louis,
When I was a kid,
your ass has been exposed, man.
right? No. When I was a kid, my grandfather took me to the palace in a very big village. Not big, it's a right.
Man, stop
When
speaking
it,
about village, man. You say you come from a
okay, it was in Jobbing. It was in Jobbing, right?
man, driving people. Man, let me tell you this, man. I come from that region, man. This traditional chiefs, man, they are fucking rich, man. You see their houses? Stop it, man. Man,
Nigga,
stop
we
acting
ain't
like
all poor. It ain't our
stop,
fault what we are.
man.
Nigga,
Stop
we
using
work
the
hard
word
for our
village, man.
shit.
Stop using the word
Right?
village, man.
Listen
To
to me.
deceive these Americans, man.
Anyway,
Stop
that's
deceiving
what I
these
was saying.
Americans, man.
Right. I was saying my grandfather took me to the palace, okay? I was a little kid. All right.
Why would you use village though?
Right. But because generally speaking,
To
right?
deceive
It's a
them,
town
to
now. Back
deceive
then,
the Americans, pretty much.
I'm talking 1976. Anyway, but my grandfather took me there, right? And they shared out, they had pots and pots, about 20 of them. Everybody living in the house, part of the household, we upkeep the royalty. The chieftain came in, Nana Otuo is still in power now. He came in before we could even touch our food, and he came in. He's the king. He come in there, and he touched his hand. His food just touched a bit of the soup, and he went like that. Then put his thing down, washed his hand, got up. As he walked out the door, then we can all eat. Why he's gonna eat the food we eat. So he's a king, but he's down with the struggle.
Are you also related? Are you guys like related to the Oti-Boatin in the Eastern region, Koforidua too? Are you related to the Oti-Boatin?
Well, we was all one time. We just split off. No, my family is married into that.
Oh, it's married to that.
From a distance.
So you from you're highly connected, you know. So
I'm not gonna lie, I can pull a few strings.
Yeah, man. So,
I'm
so
down
you
with
heard
trouble.
you said someone who said he can pull a full strength from to get a job in the oil and gas industry. And we supposed to be the same.
Let's close that.
We're supposed to be Ghanaians, right?
We are. Let's close that. Let's call it a day. We speak next time. Hey, get off.
Hey, Louis, you're in the hot seat now. You want to close out all of a sudden?
No.
All right, y'all. Hey, we gotta close out. Hey, Louis will be back on here soon.
I might join the Collins show later on.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe.
Next time. I'm gonna get my fufu in. Get my fufu.
Go get your gold sandals.